Hello everyone and welcome to the Community Spotlight. We're here with it helps if I click the transition button. There we go. We are here with our Flame Fatales bonus stream edition. We've got some runs here for you tonight. Flame Fatales raised $126,000, $862.40 from Malala Fund. It was quite an event. It was a lot of fun. If you missed any of it, you can go check out the VODs on our YouTube, youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. But we have two women speedrunners here who are backup runs. That means they were sort of held in reserve in case any problems came up. We needed to insert their speedruns into the schedule, and we wanted to give them a chance to show off their games. So we're starting off with Dark Soul 88, who's going to be running Kirby's Dreamland 2. After that, we're going to have Pokémon Alpha Sapphire by Corvame, who was amazing on commentary at multiple times throughout the week. I was laughing many times, so I'm looking forward to that as well. But I love this game, so I'm looking forward to this as well. But before we get too deep into that, just like I mentioned, you can check out our YouTube. If you're watching on our YouTube and you'd like to check out our live content, you can go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick, where we do our shows almost every night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern during weekdays and variable start times on the weekends. But you can also subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate it if you consider subscribing, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. And if you tune in tomorrow, we have random number generation starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's hosted by Skybills. It's a show about randomizers, randomizer community, randomizer adjacent stuff like bingo runs and that sort of thing. And she's going to have on the show Metroid Prime 1 and 2. So that'll be a lot of fun. Make sure you check that out. But we have Dark Soul 88 here to run Kirby's Dreamland 2 for us today. How you doing, Dark Soul?
I'm doing alright. I did a French run not too long ago. It did okay until the end where I mashed select, and that's something you don't want to do in this game.
Yeah, probably not. I love this game. This game was my childhood. Playing it in the car on a Game Boy as we drove 7 hours to visit family. You know, one of the few options, and Kirby is cute. So, what can
I
we
think
expect
there's a
to
lot of
see?
people that agree.
Yeah, what can we expect to see on the speedrun here? Because like I haven't played this game in so long.
Lots of coo. I hope you like birds, because there's going to be an owl, and we're going to hear it a lot.
Ooh, okay. Birds are great. Big fan of birds.
Also a little bit of a fish. There's a hamster, but not important.
The hamster is pretty great, but yeah, I can see it not being as useful as the other two animal friends.
Anyways, I think I'm good to start, so... Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. To start off, we're not going to have to worry about Pooh. He doesn't show up until a few stages in. So the first few stages are just going to be us walking, just kind of getting to the edge of, like, normal. If anyone's familiar with Kirby's Dreamland, it's going to feel a lot like this starting out. With one notable difference started in the next stage. But for this one, we don't bother with anything, we just walk through. Nothing really important happens here. Just lots of jumping, lots of walking. Me messing up a jump. Happens. If you hold A on this goal game, you will jump on the first possible frame, and you will always get the bottom cloud. It's the only game in the series like it.
That's really nice, yeah.
Also, unlike Kirby's Dreamland, we have abilities this time. So, we have fire. We don't have fire. We have it again. Until we did 2, this is one of our best ways of moving around. This is our first mini boss. I believe it's called, I want to say F-Freak, if I remember it right, but anyways, it goes down quick. It deals us fire badge, so we can drop it. And we're just going to keep doing this for the rest of the stage. Trying to get through, trying to go through the enemies. Hopefully we don't end an attack and one. That's what I was hoping to avoid.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, for people who played both of these, the first one was very short and didn't have any copy abilities, so this game is like so much bigger than the previous one. It's impressive the game this big and expansive is on Game Boy, you know?
It's almost like Kirby's Adventure, but on Game Boy, and it's really impressive for its time. Like, the stages are really short, but some of them are not even like 30 seconds, roughly. But they have a lot of character to them. Also, if we had Parasol, this is where you would start getting rainbow drops. Those are needed for best ending. We are not going for best ending, so they're not important, and we're just going to leave them alone. Instead, rainbow drops is slow. We want fire. And now for our first boss, everyone's favorite, Wispy Woods. Has a mask for some reason. No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure Wispy wanted to social distance a bit, but we're fine. It would help if I soft reset. Okay, let me explain that. In runs that aren't 100%, it is faster to soft reset, go back to the title screen, and resume from there. If you're doing 100%, there's a bonus name at the end of every boss fight, and you actually want to wait out the dance so you can go straight to the door and do that stage. Anyways, nothing too much happens here in 2-1 to start. But remember how I mentioned there's a lot of Koo? This is Koo. This is his music. I really hope you like hearing this music because it is going to be a mainstay for a lot of this run. Along with just flying over everything because Koo lets us stay in the air a lot more easily than anything else.
Yeah, Kirby can obviously fly, but slows down a little bit in the air. Koo does not.
No, Koo does not, and that is why we use Koo a lot. Unfortunately, it does mean you don't get to hear a lot of Disney's music. And you don't really even get to see a lot of Disney's abilities, although there really aren't that many to begin with. Some of them are actually really neat with the other animal friends, like, for example, Spark with Koo, tying the fish, gives you a light bulb. Doing it with Rick gives you basically Beam from some of the other games. And unfortunately, you don't get to see really any of those. Just one, we want Koo for pretty much everything, and two, we mostly want Cutter. As you can see with that, Koo fires 3 shots instead of 1, and each of those can hit a boss. It is going to be our fastest way to do damage to pretty much any boss and mini-boss in the game. As you can see, you see that bar, it's just, we just shredded. It's gone. And that's a good thing, because Jump or Shoot is not a fun mini-boss to fight. Especially if it's Dreamland 3, but this one's kind of also not great. But otherwise, we're just gonna fly on through the rest of this. We're gonna fly through the rest of this stage, barring, you know, me running into a Bronto bird, because apparently that's a thing that happens. Which is fine. Which is fine, we now have a second boss called, Gruff, which has the hardest pronunciation of any Kirby boss I have known of. And yeah, it just kind of goes back and forth between these areas. If you played Dreamland 3, you remember Con and Con, it's a very similar kind of idea.
It reminds me of the bosses that like to come out and kick blocks at you in the same general stage layout.
Yeah, this one doesn't, but it has little smaller versions of itself that'll come with it, and that's how you're supposed to attack it if you don't have an ability. But we have Cutters, so we just stay right up against it, throw 3 Cutters and throw beams into it, and hope for the best. Which is risky if we, because we're staying so close to it, we do stand a chance of taking damage and having to spend time at least getting Cutter back, and if we lose Cutter, well, it's even worse, because suddenly our damage falls apart.
Are there any points where if you lose Cutter, it's like a long time before you can get it back?
Kind of. There are stages where losing it means you lose like 30 seconds, have to go into a stage to get it back. Like, if I lose Cutter here, I can get it back in this stage, but it's about 30 seconds just to get it.
Okay.
Losing 2 is similarly bad. If we lose 2, that's just time loss that you can't get back, because... No, 2 is that important. You actually do need to go back and get him if for some reason he dies. Usually that doesn't happen. More likely in this level, you're just going to lose Cutter. So, ideally you don't lose either. Ideally you don't lose either. I say it as I immediately lose it. Luckily, this is one of those stages where Cutter's very quickly re-obtained, so I don't have to worry. Now, if this was 3-3 and I lost it, that might be a problem. And trust me, that might be a problem. That's gonna come up very, very soon. To kind of explain, 3-3 is kind of the bane to everybody who runs this game. Not for the first 2 rooms. These rooms are kind of tame. There's really nothing going on other than, you know, the usual. Who's just gonna fly over everything, we attack with a cutter when we need it. The net room coming up is not like that. The last room has a bunch of water currents. That's going to go like this, and there's frogs everywhere. But you're going to have to play very carefully. And if you don't, you lose Cutter, like that. It's very hard to actually... There's actually a consistent strat for this room, but it's a little difficult to learn. And we also stand a chance of losing Ku, which is even worse. I'm going to try to avoid it.
I assume you were trying to get that health item there and just missed it?
I was, and then I missed. Alright, so we're gonna lose closer to a minute. First to get 2, and then to get Cutter. If you're starting out, there is a strat where you can get Kaien's 3-2 and then use Stone. But you lose about the same amount of time. So it kind of just depends on which way you want to go about it. Do you want to use a riskier strat where you... Okay, that is the wrong stage. But anyways, you end up running into the situation of, do I want to use the bird where I lose time if I mess this one trick up? Or do I want to use Kind and basically have the same thing ultimately, unfortunately? For what it's worth, Kind does move around a lot easier into water, and Stone is a lot safer. So you can kind of go either or with that one. Unfortunately, it does mean this takes a very long time to get everything back, so we can actually fight the boss with it.
I love how Ku just chills on the star with Kirby taking a nap. It's so good.
With all the carrying, I'm sure Ku is tired. He deserves it.
Yeah.
But this is sweet stuff. If we do this correctly, he doesn't really do anything of value. Like so. If you don't have Ku or Kind and you don't have a strat for that fight, it can be a very long one. And trust me, you don't want to fight that without an ability. Trying to fire bubbles at that thing is really not a fun time. I've done it. Never again. That's the I lost Ku and Cutter and I don't know what to do with myself button. For now, we're back to just flying through everything. These painters are actually kind of cute enemies. They give ice. You will see ice at one point in the run. And mostly just because the game makes us. And it disappoints me. It's at, I have tried to play through this game without abilities, and that is the one thing that stops you from actually doing so.
There's actually a required ability? I didn't know that.
Yes, it's not until level 6, but you do have one spot where you need ice, and you can't progress through the stage without it. You can technically argue for 2 as well, for reasons you'll see very quickly. Lots of wind. You can jump and get into that door, but it's pretty much like a frame-perfect, pixel-perfect deal, and the alternative is to use fire, which is pretty much the same. Anyways, we don't really need Ku for a little bit here, so we can just safely use him the damage boost through all of these icicles. We don't care. And this is why. Ku is big, and that means having to go through more blocks, which is slow. Even if Ku is fine for this, we need to drop Cutter, because of those blocks down there. Not... Okay, that happens sometimes, don't worry about it. Okay. So not for those blocks down here, but you see these ice blocks? These actually need fire to go through them. Luckily, this also means we have very speedy movement for this stage. Because, turns out Kirby can, in fact, fly over everything like Ku. You just need fire. Also, maybe don't get hit by that. Anyways, this is just a Frosty. I did that a little too soon. That's fine. Should throw another block soon. So this is ice, and this is kind. We actually have a use for you. For kind, ice works very similar to the freeze ability in some other games. And thanks to moving around in the water like this, we can kind of get through here a little bit faster, and ice makes us incredibly safe. Like, nothing here poses a threat, and nothing in the next room poses a threat. Not even this thing, which will, one-hit kill any animal friend if you have one. Luckily, they can be frozen, so this really doesn't matter. Unfortunately, we drop it now. We get fire back. Fire with kindness does a surprising amount of damage. So this is going to be how we get through 4-4 and the boss. For 4-4, it's because of this mini-boss. Each shot does 2 points of health. Come on, there we go. I was supposed to jump into that. Also, there's Rich. We don't care about Rich, unfortunately. Rich is cute, but Rich is slow, so we don't use him. I'm sorry to everyone who... I am sorry to myself who keeps getting hit by these penguins.
Yeah, we don't get to see much of Hamster Friend today.
Unfortunately. I think the only time you might is for best ending in 100%, and only because you kind of want that for the safer strat. For the rainbow drop. You need Spark for it, and Red where it's like a beam. That's our best way of doing it without running a risk. Otherwise, you could just do a jump towards it and hope you hit it. But if you miss that jump, or you miss up moving afterwards, you die.
I just love when you have Rick and the parasol, and Rick holds Kirby up and spins Kirby on the umbrella like a circus performer, and it's adorable.
Yeah, that's one of the cuter ones. I kind of like Stone with Rick, where Rick is the giant boulder and you just run on top of it.
Yeah, that one's great too.
To say nothing about Dreamland 3s, because I am very partial to pitch in that game. That one has the fun abilities. Unfortunately, this game does not let me have a radio-controlled bird, so you do what you do. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed Kind, because that's it. Kind's on for the rest of the run. Don't need him anymore. In fact, it's back to fire strats until we get to 5-3, where we will see Ku again. And until then, we don't really need to worry too much. In fact, Ku would be a bit of a liability coming up. This room is a little bit of a course. You got borders everywhere, fire enemies, got a Scarfy here that doesn't like you. It would be kind of awkward to do this with Ku, so we don't use them. Again, we had to use Kind anyways, we'd have to go back for Ku, and Ku takes forever to get. So it's not worth losing 30 seconds to hit Ku when we just kind of go through the stage like this, and not really have to worry. Besides, I hope you like Gordos. There's more Gordos. And we're done. No more Gordos. Until there's more. I just saw that in the chat. I'll be bad. I love that. I'm gonna have to hold on to that for later. That's a really good time.
Yeah, it's good.
Unfortunately, my movement could be better here. I usually get hit by that one bouncy. Yes, that is actually the name of the enemy. No, I do not know why they were called that.
The names of enemies in Kirby are usually a pun, so...
Yeah, it's no exception there. Anyways, we'll get rid of that. Get her back because we're gonna need it later. And I hope you like auto-scrollers, because this thing has lots of auto-scrollers, and this is the first one.
Yeah, it took us a while to get to the first one.
That's the good sign, good part of it. The bad part of it is when once it starts, it doesn't entirely stop, especially once you get to level 7. Oh geez, level 7 has a lot of auto-scrollers, and I just lost Cutter. That is a problem. Not for this stage, but in general. So I'm just gonna hold on to this. I can kind of work around it. But now that I get Cutter back, and I need to... Actually, wait a minute. No, I don't. Cutter is nice to have, but I don't remember it being that important. Unless I mistaken myself about when one mini boss was coming up, which then that might be a problem. But we'll figure that out. Anyways, 5-3 is a very good stage. You can get any animal friend here, and this will become our stage to get Ku in if we ever need to get Ku back. It is much faster to get Ku here. Unfortunately, it still takes a long time because of the level of the Roselet. It does mean if we lose Ku here, it won't take too long to get him back. Unfortunately, once we get out of this stage, once we get out of this level, then it might be a problem. And this is one of the more dangerous stages. The Barnabirds are kind of really concentrated here. So trying to get through this without taking damage is difficult, and there's also a propeller enemy right at the end, ready to just kind of mess up our day. And this is what I was worried about. So this is Captain Stitch. Nobody likes Captain Stitch. This thing has a couple of means of attack, and it can move very erratically in times, and it just makes things really annoying. Like, even if we had Cutter, sometimes this boss just doesn't want to play nice about it. So, yeah. Anyways, we wouldn't have... After that, we would have been dropping it for fire. I'm gonna just drop that when I don't need it. There's another one later in the room. There's the other one. And there was a very important reason for it. Partially because of this room. There's lots of flippers, and if you remember 3-3, Yeah, this is not fun. However, fire is really safe, and we don't have to worry too much. And once we get past this part here, you'll see why we actually want fire. There's a few spots with Starfies, and this lets us get through it in a much safer manner. Also, just through those Gordos, which would have been a lot harder to go through with two. Luckily, we can get Cutter in this stage, and we don't have to worry too much afterwards. But for the time being, fire's still our friend, and we can just use it to get through pretty much any enemy we need to worry about. Such as the Squishies. The Gordo is, well, a Gordo, we don't have to worry about that. And I don't really care, we don't need fire anymore anyways.
I like that they give you a lot of cutters there. Hey, did you miss the first one? Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one.
Yeah, just in case somehow you got Cutter and lost it within half a second, don't worry, there's several. You don't have to worry too much about it. By the way, I hope you like honor rollers. Because yes, here's another one. I wasn't kidding when I said, oh yeah, once they start, they don't stop. And now for this last room, which, don't think too much about it. That's all I'm going to say about it. Okay, two, I kinda need you. Yeah, thank you. Alright, now for our boss. So we have Shine and Bright. It really doesn't matter which one you choose between the fabled Sun Gang Moon Crew. It's just gonna be this. Unfortunately, both of these have, like, actually quite a bit of health. And they have new attacks that are... okay, that's a bad spot for it. Thank you.
Ooh,
yeah, they like to do an Eclipse. Only game they do it in. It is a very spicy thing to deal with. I kind of like that version of the fight, but yeah, we haven't seen it since. And Shine and Bright haven't been seen since Dreamland 3, barring any remakes. Anyways, I don't know why I bothered with Cutter. I actually don't need it after that because of reasons. In fact, I'm not gonna need Ku soon, so I'm not worried about taking damage. Just trust me, we will see Ku again. You will get more Ku's theme if you're really liking it. But we're gonna have to try to say our goodbyes pretty soon here.
Ku needs a nap. Ku's been working hard.
Ku's been carrying Kirby. It's a very rough job.
I enjoy that Kirby kicks the little legs as if trying to help, you know? I am helping!
Assuming that's not just Kirby just being thrown by the wind, just trying to hold on like, oh no, why am I flying like this? And here's where we need ice. That area is too big for Ku to fit through, so unfortunately we have to drop them. We'll get them back in a couple of stages. Hopefully. 4-4 is a little RNG. By the way, don't worry about that sack. You need Spark for it. We don't have Spark. And yeah, that's not worth our time. It's fine. You actually did to enjoy Cloudy Port's music a little bit, which is honestly a really good track. Okay, I don't know why I forgot to do that. By the way, I hope you like frogs. There's lots of frogs. They like to hit you and take away your ability for no reason. These frogs suck. Honestly, probably the one enemy I hate the most of any Kirby enemy. They're really erratic in the water, so they can kind of just mess you up for no reason. And if I did that properly, you just kind of fly through each of them, and that's a little hard to line up. Apparently so is that. That's okay, we'll just do it again. Okay, that I didn't want to have happen. Let's try that again. Okay, we got stone. We don't need it for long, but this lets us get through this stage a lot safer. Because there's lots of enemies and lots of Gordos, and I don't like them. Gordos are scary. Now, remember how I mentioned we'll see Pooh again? This is the stage we might see Pooh. We have another mini-boss here, it's Captain Stitch again. And that particular sack has a 1 in 3 chance of any given animal friend.
Oh, okay.
So, we could get Time, we could get Pooh, which is great, or we did it as the Kirby community has called it, Rick Goes to Costco.
Rick goes to Costco.
It made sense in context.
That's amazing.
And this is why we don't like Captain Stitch, because that can happen.
He just regrew it really fast.
And we don't time, so that's 30 seconds gone. We're gonna have to go back to fight 3 for Pooh, so that's gonna take a bit. We can, however, get Stone back, and I'll make getting through the rest of this stage a little bit easier. There's actually one thing worse than losing Pooh, and that's getting Pooh and then losing Stone. You know, like that. Just remember how I said Pooh is kind of big? Yeah, Pooh is kind of big, and that means going through lots of these blocks just to get through. That takes a minute. With this, it's still slower than Stone, but not by as much, so we can kind of deal with it. So before we go to fight 6-5, we're going to have to go back to fight 3. Unfortunately, that's just something you have to accept. There is an RNG manipulation strat for that room, for that stage. But I don't know it offhand, so I don't do it. Luckily, we get to leave the stage and go back to where we were.
And we get a little bit of that jam before we get Koo too. That song's great.
You did like 5 seconds, and then, well, you got 2 again. Sorry.
I enjoyed those 5 seconds.
You, me, and pretty much everyone else who runs this game.
That's alright, because we still get the DDD theme at the end, right?
Yes. You can't take animal friends there, so you have no choice but to use Kirby. Otherwise, we're just gonna fly through with Koo, and we'll actually get to use Spark for once. It's not gonna see much use, but it lets us get rid of these a little bit more safely. We don't have to worry about it jumping at us. We're not going to worry about those bouncies up ahead, because we can just do this. We can fly, spark, fly, spark, and that's it. Hope you enjoyed Spark, that's it. Kirby's Dreamland 2. It's Cube and Cutter and some extras. And another bounty that wanted to say hi. And 6-6 starts with a mini-boss that we could have seen back in 3-2, but we didn't care. It was optional. Now it's not. That sack also has a 1 in 3 chance for any animal friend. That one we don't care about because we would need Spark, and we kind of want Cutter for the Krakow, which Krakow is not a fun time in this game. Did you ever want a Krakow fight where Krakow was kind of obnoxious to fight? Play this game. Krakow is definitely not a pushover in Dreamland 2.
Yeah, Krakow's kind of all over the place in the different Dreamland games, like in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, like in some of the early games, Krakow's kind of whatever. Or very, very telegraphed. In this one, it's telegraphed, but it's also really quick about moving around. So you don't really have a lot of time to actually react to what it's doing. And now for a very rapid ascent to the clouds. Luckily, staying in the middle does not activate any of those propeller enemies, so we don't have to worry about them trying to go after us. Which is good. We're gonna need all the health we can get, and we're gonna need lots of cutters for this fight. This is Krakow, and it has 2 phases. There's this version that stays on the ground, more or less. And then, sometimes it decides it's gonna come up for a bit. And it's really annoying when it does this, because it is very all over the place. By the way, don't touch the eye while it's doing that. It will do damage. And now we have phase 2. Actual Krakow. And me taking more damage. So yeah, this is not a pleasant fight. And that almost hit me, and we're almost dead with Coos. So here's... The good news is, if Koo dies, we only lose 2. Kirby does not die for it, but we lose 2, and that means a lot of our damage goes away. Please die. Okay, good. Tracker was done, and it can't hurt us anymore. So level 7 has a bit of a gimmick. The stages are kind of mirrored. So 7-1 and 7-4 are basically the same stage. 7-2 and 7-5 are very similar. It's kind of like you go kind of in a circle to get to the center and thus the end of the castle. At the end of every stage, we have a mini-boss from one of each of the abilities. So Kumin Cutter is going to be our best friend throughout. Provided that we don't mess anything up too badly. This one can be a little rough. You have lots of wobblies and bounties that will come at you from both sides. Thankfully, we got through that kind of easily. By the way, all of these mini-bosses are their harder variants, so they can be a little dangerous. Otherwise, stay calm and keep using cutter and hope that you don't die, because if Ku dies, it's going to be very problematic. And if for whatever reason you lost cutter, you do have other abilities you can grab. It's just they're not going to be as ideal. Get rid of that. By the way, you can get 2 in this stage if somehow you lost them in 7-1. Get ready on the cutter for that enemy, and that's pretty much it for the stage outside of the mini-boss. I didn't move fast enough. That's okay. Now let's hope 7... Okay, 7-3 is kind of not great because, they have lots of Kabus. Just be careful. Okay, we're fine. The Kabus are no longer a threat. This room, however, yeah, so first off, I hope you like auto-scrollers, because here's another one. And second, we are going to hide each of these walls, because there are propeller enemies everywhere, and, we kind of don't want to alert them. But you could argue this is basically Metal 2 Solid now, I guess. Okay, this third one here is not an enemy, but a tomato, so... Yeah, we're good. Okay. I need to be careful there. That is one I have managed to activate before. And if you want hard mode, try to activate all of them and see if you can keep them at bay with cutter. Maybe don't do that, it's really hard.
That sounds not fun.
It's not. I actually had to practice. My practice run, that's where I lost 2.
Oh no.
Actually, no. Wait a minute, no. The run before the last practice run I did. I had one run where I lost 2 there, and another where I matched Silhouette on a mini-boss, and ended up flopping 2 for that reason. So yes, if you're wondering how I did that earlier before 5-1, that is what I did. If you hit Silhouette when you don't have an ability, but an animal friend, you will drop the animal. So Ku goes away, or whatever you have at the time. Which is fine when that's what you want to do. It's not fine when you kind of need it, and then you're just kind of like, oh, well, I guess this is my life now. And this is the mini-boss I did that to, because... Yeah, this thing throws cutters around, and you can kind of use those to your advantage and get cutter back from the mini boss. Okay, that did not go like I wanted. I made it work, but it did not go the way I planned. Okay, this one is not too bad if we lose cutter because we did it in the next room. The more important thing is to not die, and we're at 2 health. That might be a little bit iffy. I'm gonna get this for safety because there are Gordo enemies, and I kind of needed a way to get through them. Okay, I'm gonna play this safe and just kind of take out the enemies. It's faster if you don't, but we're at 1 health. I don't want to lose 2. And this mini-boss likes to do that. Because that version of the mini-boss gets random zoomies and really does not give you any time to react. Yes, game, I am well aware that I am on low health. I will fix that in a second. No, the one-ups aren't important. I just wanted them. So I hope you like auto-scrollers. This one, you have to pick a path, and there are wrong choices. Those wrong choices will mean you die. So as long as we kind of alternate between top and bottom, we're gonna be fine. Because there's no way because those are the correct paths. This one you can also go down the middle, and that's also safe. I'm impatient. I want to get through this faster. Right. This is Captain Stitch again, and this is one of the bad ones. Because it can reactivate very quickly, and it moves even more around it than usual. So this is a really unfun version of the mini-boss.
Oh, he just chased you.
Yeah, it does that. It's great. Nobody likes Captain Stitch. But yeah, it'll just chase you, and then you'll just kind of frantically mashing A and hoping it gets away from you. Not terribly important. Even if we lose 2 here, it won't really cost us too much. And this would be the route to get the last rainbow drop if you were going for a category that uses it, or if you're trying to get all of them. It's a really tough one to use certain abilities to go through, and if you get the wrong one, you have to redo the whole stage. Okay, good. Those played nice. That is okay. That is okay. The last mini-boss is Jumper Shoot, and we'll do good damage anyways. Oh, yeah, by the way, make sure you move, because it'll just land on top of you in this one. Like, this is actually kind of an evil decision from the devs. Just, here, drop this mini-boss on top of Kirby's head.
Alright, so what does that boss look like to you? I always thought it was a Christmas tree.
To me, kind of an umbrella, but very weird.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of different opinions, so I was curious if you had a fun one. Oh, the DDD music. So
and, yeah, we have DDD, who randomly sleeps for reasons. By the way, this one, after 90 seconds, gets very angry and goes really hard on the attacks, so you kind of want to kill it quickly. Preferably not like that. Okay, that's fine. I can work with it. Okay, time will be coming up on last hit here. And time. Right as he got angry. And yeah, the jumper shoot is based on the Casa Abate memory serves, but yeah, everybody has their own opinions of what it actually looks like. But,
Oh yeah, it's just I played this game before I was exposed to like Japanese culture at all, so I always thought it was a Christmas tree, like a Christmas tree in a pot, just jumping around at you.
I think when I first played it, it kind of reminded me more of like a lamb. It was like and like the shape just extends, trying to slice you for some reason. Also, to the one who said about the Game Boy player, actually, I played this on Kirby's Dream Collection, a compilation of the games released for the Wii back in 2012. I've actually been speedrunning the challenge stages in that game, so if there's anyone you want to catch me, Dark Souls 188 on Twitch. I speedrun lots of Kirby. I speedrun games like this, Dream Collection, Nightmare Dreamland Adventure. Like, if you name it, I probably run it, and/or I'm playing it because I haven't played it yet. Otherwise, I don't really have a whole lot else to say. Like, Dreamland 2 is honestly a fun game. It's a fun run, just a little awkward at times. And I'm glad I was able. I'm sorry, what?
No, you can continue. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, actually, I am pretty much done.
Okay, do you have any shoutouts you want to give before we wrap up? Like anybody to say thanks to?
In this case, if anyone, probably Reiner, who actually has the world record in this game and knows a lot more about it than I do. And to the Kirby community as a whole. We have a Discord. If you want to join it, feel free. We would be happy to see you. We'd be happy to help you out with any runs you might be curious about. Otherwise, stick around for Alpha Sapphire. That's going to be a pretty good run, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. This was great. It hit me right in the nostalgia. A lot of good time. Kirby's cute. Koo's cute. Good music. Hope you all enjoyed it. So stick around for a few minutes. We're going to get set up for the next run. It's going to be Corvame with Alpha Sapphire. With Etchy joining on commentary. So we're just going to be hanging out for a few hours playing some Pokemon. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back with that. Welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We are switching over to Alpha Sapphire. I don't know why that changed. It looks weird. I'll fix that in a second. But we just finished up Kirby's Dreamland 2. It was a lot of fun. If you missed it, you can check it out on our VODs. It'll be up pretty soon on YouTube, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And of course, we're celebrating the end of Flame Fatales. It was great. We raised over $125,000 from Malala Fund. And we just wanted to continue to spotlight women, showing off some backup runs that didn't make it into the schedule. We've got Dark Soul just finished her run, Corvame doing this one, and then there's another one coming up on, I think, Never Before Seen, either this week or next week. So we've got another backup runner that's going to be featured in on Hotfix here in the future. And if you want to know more about Hotfix, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. See information on all of our shows. There's a submission form there if you have a game you think would be a great fit for one of our shows. And there's you can find a lot of good content here on gamesdonequick.com. So we're going to move on to Alpha Sapphire. And we've got May here. How you doing, May?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm struggling a little bit because I got to fix the cropping here. It was fine before we came to break, and then it broke.
Yeah,
so here we go.
That sounds like technology.
So it's a little tough trying to do that and talk at the same time as you can hear. But
I'll buy you a second. Speaking of never before seen stuff, as far as I know, this will be the first time that Omega Ruby or Alpha Sapphire will have been on GDQ as well.
Nice.
So very excited for that because this is my favorite speed game for some reason.
And Amber, the host of Never Before Seen, is in chat saying that it will be this week. So yeah, tune in this week. It's a Wednesday starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. It'll be after Mercy Kill. So that'll be fun.
Also, Etchy is here.
Yeah, hi Etchy. How you doing?
Hi. I'm here.
That was that was such an Etchy introduction. Like, hi,
yeah,
I'm
100%.
here.
So I'm gonna try not to swear this time, like I did 2 times ago. I was on GDQ, and I'm gonna try to not die, but I can't promise the second one because this is an extremely dangerous run, in which you're gonna see me save more times than maybe any other Pokemon run. So get excited for that.
Yeah. Safety strats.
Let me know when you're ready to go. I can
I'm ready whenever.
count down. Okay. Then in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Welcome to Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. If you're not familiar with this game, it is the remake to Pokemon Sapphire. Wow, that's really loud.
Oh.
Is that really loud for anyone else too? Is it just me?
Your video froze.
Okay. Did it? Did I?
You want to just start over?
Yes.
Well, we'll try that again.
I was looking at the intro screen. I was like, I'm pretty sure the plus on mine and like moved,
Stop
and they
moving?
haven't moved for like a minute.
Okay, yeah,
Can you
that
see
makes
it now?
sense. Yeah, we're good now.
There, they're
Alright.
moving.
There we go. 3. Oh,
I was just gonna say first try every time. Here we go.
first try. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, everyone. Welcome to Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. If you're not familiar with this game, it is the 24 remake of 2003's one of those. Pokemon Sapphire. It is a Gen 6 Pokemon game, and it is a nightmare speedrun that I enjoy a lot for some reason. There are two. So an interesting thing about Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby is that because the original Sapphire and Ruby had two different teams that you went against, the routes for the two games are actually pretty different, even though we're doing generally the same things. Alpha Sapphire is the more dangerous of the two. We have a worse mid-game Pokemon, and Team Aqua is generally worse for us to deal with than Team Magma. So, for whatever reason, I played the bad game. That means I reset more, instead of playing the good game, where I get to not do that. But we're not going to reset here. So you get to see all three different Pokemon used, which is not that common in a Pokemon speedrun. And we're going to be May, not Brendan, because my name is May, and my name is not Brendan.
Are we gonna do crimes?
We're going to do crimes. Actually, I don't think we do any crimes in Pokemon, but...
You definitely do crimes in Pokemon.
Do you?
Yeah. Like, you can't take down an evil crime syndicate by obeying the laws. That's not how that works.
Vigilantism. There you go.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So this game starts out during I think a thing that we can all remember doing in our youth, which is sitting in the back of a moving van as our family moves without any sort of safety or seatbelts or anything and breaking the law. So I guess we've already done crimes. I'm going to set a bunch of settings, and then we're going to go check out our brand new home.
I was gonna say I don't remember ever doing that.
You shouldn't. So for whatever reason, Pokemon likes to throw in like dangerous things you shouldn't do between this and then if you saw Headstrong's Let's Go run yesterday, or 2 days ago, standing on rolly chairs. Pokemon's just a bundle of OSHA violations. So we've moved to this new town. Our dad isn't here. And the Machops are helping us move in, and Machokes. We're gonna go set the clock, and then we're gonna go save Birch. Well, we're gonna talk to Brendan, then we're gonna save Birch. This beginning part is just a lot of mashing.
Yeah, this is just normal Pokemon intro stuff. The main thing you need to know is that there's a couple things we could go over here, mainly just like how 3DS gameplay works.
It hurts.
It hurts, yeah. So there's a couple things with that. One, the 3DS, for those who have not seen a 3DS recently, has a circle pad and a D-pad on it. You can use either one to control your character here, and which one you use where kind of depends on what you're doing. So it's very common to switch back and forth between them throughout the run. And then after a certain point, you kind of just stick to the circle pad unless you're like indoors.
Yeah, so this game is Gen 6 is the first game that had movement that's off the grid, but the games are still built on a grid. So as long as you're moving with the D-pad, you're still moving on the grid. If you move the circle pad, you have free movement. However, indoors, you are always on the grid. So we always use the D-pad indoors.
And if you don't really understand what we mean by like on the grid, you'll definitely see it later when like trainers just spin by rotating in one spot really aggressively. It looks really silly. And that'll kind of highlight it more, especially once you get to like in like forest locations or some other spots. You can kind of see the tiles, like they're very visible. It's not just like a normal terrain. But the other thing to kind of know here is the mashing. So mashing is a pretty key part of this game because there's a lot of cutscenes, a lot of text you have to go through. You have to mash through battles to go as quickly as possible. You can't just like hold down a button and just auto mash through it like some other JRPGs. So the optimal mashing technique in this game is completely ridiculous. It involves holding down one button, which doubles the text speed for some reason. And when you hold down that one button, you still have to mash another button, and then you also want to mash the touchscreen with your thumb, because thumb touchscreen inputs also count as like advancing text. So the common thing people do would be like hold down A or hold down L, mash B and the touchscreen, or hold down B, mash L on the touchscreen, or whatever, stuff like that. Here May's picking Mudkip as well. We don't know if we didn't talk about like stats for the Mudkip yet either.
Yeah.
Basically, there's a couple things May's gonna look for. Not so much in this fight. Like you can kind of tell if you have a good Mudkip based on how much damage you give and take, but it's not definitive a lot of the time. Those looked decent enough for attack at least.
But even that could still just be a weak, like a low defense pooch. So like we don't really have any information off that fight. It's all kind of conjecture.
Yeah, or you just got really lucky and just did really high damage rolls both time. That can happen too. So
also,
realistically, we won't know.
This is on a physical device. This is not emulated.
So the kind of frustration with this run for a lot of people is the Mudkip resets. So you basically are just resetting Mudkips a lot when you're trying to get runs going in this game.
There's a minimum set of stats. Yeah, there's a minimum set of stats that we need at level 6 to like be able to get through the game. We need to have 14 or higher attack. 13 or higher attack. We want 14. 10 or higher defense. 10 or higher special attack, and 10 or higher speed, with an asterisk. We don't care about our special defense, and it ends up that 42% of Mudkips meet that requirement, and we don't know that until we beat Brendan. This game is about 8 minutes and 58% of your runs die about 8 minutes and 15 seconds into it, which can be pretty frustrating if you're sitting there for an hour just resetting over and over and over again.
Yeah, and if you don't know like how good, say, like 14 attack is or 10 defense is, the simplest way to describe it is like you need not awful attack, not bottom of the barrel defense, not bottom of the barrel special attack, whatever special defense, and good enough speed. That's literally it, which doesn't sound like a lot. I made that sound really like easy to get, but it's only 42%
every one
everything
of them.
line up.
Yeah, like the fact that every one of them has to be good, and even if you get one that's technically runnable, it doesn't mean it's actually going to be good. I have an image that I made to explain what I'm looking for, which somebody can maybe link in chat. It's very memey.
Etchy would have to link it in Discord because I think its links are blocked.
In your chat document?
No. Go to my chat and type !bad kip.
Okay.
So people kept watching my stream and being like, "Oh, this kip's bad," and I'd be like, "Wait, no, this kip's actually pretty good." So I made a little image to explain to people what's a good kip and what's a bad kip in terms of what I'm looking for. Did I crit twice? What? You'll know when you see it. There's like Mudkips rotated in random directions all around it. This is a very bad kip, as we can see, because we have 12 attack, which is not high enough, and 9 speed, which is bad. So I'm gonna go to my backup save.
Yeah,
this ends my streak of always getting a runnable kip in marathon type environments.
Very sad.
I know.
All right, there we go.
I don't remember how good this kip is. I have like a save that I have with the marathon kip on it. I don't remember. I think it's not like a top tier kip. I don't want to like run with a crazy good kip. We beat Brendan. Wow.
Yay. Awesome. We'll go over like why certain stat requirements are the way they are once we get to the fights where those requirements start actually mattering. But for the time being, nothing truly matters in the first like 10 minutes in terms of requirements, so we're fine for now. Another thing too is this game still has like random encounters. It's not like Sword Shield, so
this image is great, man.
I worked very hard on it.
Sorry, Etchy, I'm just dying reading this.
But yeah, so we basically don't have any control over random encounters until way later when we actually are going to buy repels and whatnot, and that's not going to be for a while. Not until after like Brawly, right? When we get to Slate Port.
Well, we get one repel.
Yeah, you pick up
after
one.
We pick up one that we use, which is nice. But we're not going to get repels till we get to Rustturf Tunnel, which is about 15 minutes from now, give or take.
Yeah,
probably a little bit less.
Pretty late for a Pokemon speedrun, honestly. But
it is. It's
rough.
rough.
We don't risk that many encounters after like once we get to Roxanne, you really don't risk any encounters. Except for, like,
that's not true.
So it's not that bad. It doesn't sound. It sounds worse than it actually.
I've gotten 3 encounters on that split before. It's rough. Each encounter loses about 16 seconds or something like that. I don't know the exact number.
Yeah, and again, there's no RNG manipulation. I don't know if we mentioned that, so there is no way to kind of control that, and it's just kind of another reset point, because sometimes you just have like 8 encounters before you even get to Roxanne, and you're just 2 minutes behind. And
I don't think I've had it that bad. It also matters, like, we don't 100% understand how it generates encounters, but some people swear that Circle Pad give you more, and I agree with that. We don't technically know, but I think Circle Pad gives you more.
It's really wonky because like a lot of people believe that, but simultaneously we know that like repels last longer if you use the Circle Pad over the D-pad. So it's like,
this game's really weird.
Yeah, this is what happens when you try to force like a grid system onto a game that's trying to not have a grid system. It leads to a lot of weird inconsistencies like that.
I can like in my head figure out a couple different ways why that would happen, but who knows if they're actually true.
56302.
Yeah, so what May's doing here when she looks at the stats on level ups is basically just plug it into a program she has on her computer. Basically just help identify.
That's not what I wanted to do.
What her individual values are for the Mudkip, and those values just help determine what strats she could do. Basically, just kind of judge how good her stats actually are. You can't just tell like while we know this Mudkip is runnable, we don't know exactly what the stats are until later. So we see a few level ups and see how the stats continue to develop and grow.
And it's there again. If you look at that image, if you saw that, you can kind of see the sort of IV ranges that I'm looking for. I think that, if I remember correctly, this is a plus special attack minus special defense kit. AKA, I got a kit that would get me past Hideki more likely. Which we'll explain that fight when we get there. It's really bad. This is a long section of mashing because we talked to our bad father, Norman. More on that later. And then we watched the catch tutorial as Wally catches his Ralts. Which I really like Wally's design in this game, because he looks like a Ralts. Yeah, this Squirtle rules, actually. That's another frustrating thing about this game, is that there are a lot of fights early where you can die, which means you're back resetting for 42% Mudkips, and then every time you even get one, you have to do this long catch tutorial segment, and you have to mash through the whole thing, and the mashing in this game does not feel good.
Yeah, it's very tedious. Fortunately, like most Pokemon games, the early parts like one of the most brutal parts, and then unfortunately Alpha Sapphire again, as May stated, versus Omega Ruby, the mid game's also still really brutal. But, there are times where the run's fairly safe. It's not all miserable.
Yeah. There's a little bit of calm in the middle of the storm.
Yeah.
But if you're wondering, I've completed 10 runs of this game. Out of 430 something.
What?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Not including like no reset marathon runs. like PBs.
Those are like you being picky about stuff and resetting if something goes bad runs, like.
Yeah. If anybody's familiar with the website I made, timeloss.run, which you throw a split file into and it tells you, like, it gives you a breakdown of your stats. I made that to analyze my Alpha Sapphire resets.
It's a great website.
If you're wondering what animations look like in this game, this is the only battle where you'll see them. So
True.
I hope you enjoyed that. We are now going to be stationary gaming the rest of the way, where our Mudkip's just going to stare down and destroy the enemy opponents.
And unlike original Gen 3, we don't have to watch the stat increase or decrease animation. That also gets skipped.
Nice.
So this game's better. Come at me, Shelty.
This next section, until we get to the next trainer, it's kind of the gist of the run. If we didn't really go over it too much, but this is a very unique run. May mentioned we kind of switch mains multiple times in the run. The idea is we're going to switch to a free Latios that is just handed to us in the middle of the run.
That sounds good, but it's not as good as you think it is.
Yeah. And then we're going to switch to Kyogre. Very
That
similar to how like the Sapphire runs would use Kyogre at the end of their runs.
Hey, I have seen a Shroomish around here.
So here, May's going to save because this is
Thank you for reminding me.
Fights in early game.
This fight's like not that bad in terms of dying on it. I feel like you don't die on it that much. It's like 10% of the time. Okay, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
saying that out loud. It's pretty bad.
It's quite a bit better than the Sapphire Emerald version of this fight, because in that game the Poochin is like level 9 and takes 2 more hits to kill her.
Really bad in that game.
Completely ridiculous. But it is still like an annoying way to lose time, and you can just lose runs here because what this Poochin is going to do, it's going to tackle Howl or Sand Attack. Howl boosts its attack, so the tackles are just going to do more and more damage, and then Sand Attack makes it so you're less likely to hit. So it's very common that an attack you miss, and then you just keep Sand Attacking, and then you keep missing, and then you die.
Yeah, we have the advantage here in that in Gen 5 and above, tackle is 100% hit rate by default versus in the original Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, where you could just miss tackle, which sucks.
Simultaneously.
You could have killed their Mudkip. You could have tried a little harder. All right, we're good.
Simultaneously, Poochyena also gets that buff tackle, so it's not amazing. You can never get a miss, unfortunately.
I didn't look at my stats. My defense was a 15. I saw that. I know this kip is good. I just gotta remember how good it is.
Yeah. Coming up here is the first spinner of the game. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but there are a lot of optional trainers you don't want to fight in this run. There's only like, what, 1 or 2 optional fights you do in the entire run?
Yeah, there are 2.
Yeah, and everyone else you want to dodge if you can, and you're going to see how spinning kind of looks weird in this game. And it's also really unfair spinner mechanics compared to every other gen. Gen 6 is...
That's not good.
Horrible. That is the worst thing you ever want to see, because what can happen here is because she spun directly in potential vision of that spinner. When she leads this battle, the spinner might just automatically be facing her.
Like before you get a chance to move, the spinner just looks at you?
Yeah, just already looking at you. And you're just immediately thrown into the battle. It's horrible.
Spinners in this game are also extremely weird, because this is the only game, and like even XY, which is the same gen, doesn't do this. If a spinner spins 180 degrees, but you are adjacent to them, like if a spinner spins from like clockwise from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, right? So it passes through 3, and you are directly to the right, so you're at that 3 o'clock moment, it will see you.
Yeah, he'll finish spinning, and then the exclamation point will pop up, even though he's not even looking at you. It's horrible.
I can try to make it happen on one of the optionals we fight intentionally.
Oh no.
I've done it. It's fun to do it on that one on purpose, even though it's a little bit slower, but...
No, yeah, I think you should try it. It should be pretty easy to do. You just gotta wait. Here's another spinner. The trick for passing spinners in this game is literally just wait and then go. There's nothing too crazy. There's no fancy tricks you have to do.
No bag buffering or anything like that?
Yeah, nothing crazy. Which is really nice. There are some like fancier kind of walking or running trainers that you can take advantage of cycles if you're aware of them, but The spinners are very straightforward.
Yeah.
And because they spin so fast, you really can't game them in any way outside of just waiting. Otherwise, you're just taking a huge risk.
Yep. It's not great. It's not the worst spinners in Pokemon. That prize goes to Crystal, but they're pretty bad.
Yeah, it's at least very like accessible for beginners. You don't have to spend a ton of time just learning how to pass them like Gen 4. It's just wait and then go.
This is the first of 2 optionals we fight on purpose. It's so that we level up before the next fight. Just makes the XP work out a lot nicer across the whole route.
Yeah, we're now in Roxanne's gym, which is the rock-type gym leader.
Roxanne.
Roxanne.
996524. Okay.
And this fight should be scarier than it actually is, but the smart AI is actually dumb.
I am going to save for it, just in case. You can die in this fight. It does not happen very often, but it can happen.
Yep, that's fair. Yeah, if you just get an unlucky crit, it's just you're sent
over.
all the way back, and it's sad.
So, we're going to abuse the AI of Roxanne in this fight. The Geodude that we fight first has... So, Roxanne is a gym leader, and gym leaders have 1 potion. And the Geodude's really easy to kill, but the Nose Pass has high special defense, so it's pretty hard to kill. So we want to be able to take out... we can one-shot the Geodude, except the Geodude has an ability called Sturdy, which means if it's ever at 100%, it cannot be taken down to 0 in 1 turn. It'll trigger Sturdy like it does here. So she will always use the potion here, because we got her Pokemon low, and then we'll kill her, or kill the Geodude, and then she cannot use the potion on Nose Pass, because she's already used it. So that's good. Additionally, hold on, let me put these stats in. Explain Rock Tomb. 217646.
So you just saw the Geodude use Rock Tomb there. The way this kind of intelligent level of AI works in this game, which like gym leaders have, is that if they can drop your speed with a move like Rock Tomb, then they're going to use that and prioritize it. But if they're already faster than you, they don't want to use Rock Tomb, even if it can kill you, which is pretty different from like some other gens, like Gen 3, they would actually switch back to Rock Tomb if they can kill you with it. So here, even though Rock Tomb would do a ton of damage to Mudkip,
okay, cool,
destroy you. Oh my gosh! Even though Rock Tomb would destroy you, she refuses to use it. Just uses attack instead, which is much weaker.
All right. I do have to heal here, which is annoying. That loses a little bit of time. Ideally, you have at least like 3 health or so coming out of that fight.
Yeah. So there's another. The next fight here is the one where you need a little bit of HP for. It's not like required, because you can just get lucky and not get hit, but there's not really a point in risking it.
Especially in a exhibition type run.
Yeah.
So the thing about this game is that this game's sort of seen a bit of a resurgence recently too. Because for whatever reason, people in my community saw me resetting this game and decided that they wanted a piece of that too. So there's actually like a lot of people running Alpha Sapphire right now, which I am very here for it, because for a while it was kind of like me, and then occasionally like Etchy would do it, or like Etiquette would do it, and that was kind of it. After Superman got world record and stopped, which is very reasonable. Reuse Repel in the cave. I also ported it to my route tool, so it's very easy to follow it now. Should I wait? Here. All right, there you go. I did. That's the weird side spin.
Oh, there it is. It's
like
so
it's
weird.
So funky.
I'm glad you were able to pull it off. Wonderful.
How does that happen? Like, what?
Yeah,
I'm so confused.
So if you are like on the tile directly to the left there, you'll get hit. 640868. I don't want to teach foresight. 640868. So this Geodude has Sturdy, so we need to hit it with Mud Slap, and that's why I had to heal, because it can use Rollout here, and if we're low enough, that will kill us. It doesn't always do it. It doesn't have kill AI, but...
Yeah, most trainers in this game just have, like, unintelligent, just random AI. They're just going to flip between moves pretty much randomly. Not completely randomly, but pretty much randomly.
This is also the first section that I do with circle pad, if you didn't catch that. It's kind of a preference thing, but...
It's especially more important here because now that we're going to repel, when you're running back, you might run out early if you're not using circle pad. Here, amazing.
Want to explain what I'm doing?
Rock Tomb and Echoed Voice. You want me to explain them?
Yeah, well, I'm in you.
Yeah. Well, we just saw what Rock Tomb does. It's just a rock type move that lowers your speed. It gives us some good coverage and is quite a bit more powerful than any of our other physical moves right now. And Echoed Voice is the champion of the Mudkip section of this run. It makes everything actually possible, but it also makes it makes things possible, but it also leads to a really bad fight later.
Yeah, Echoed Voice is good. Is a good enough move that even though Mudkip's base special attack is not good, it gets us through this section. But it is not enough good. Is not a good enough mood to make this section good.
I don't know.
It was another kind of scary Poochie in that fight. Not as scary as the earlier one because we have.
I should have saved for it.
I always say that when I do this fight too, but it's fine.
I should have saved for it. This one's not as bad as the other one, but it 861 976 and 979, the upside down 6.
So so what Echoed Voice does, I didn't actually explain it. Basically, its base power is 40, which is not super high compared. Like that's the same as Tackle, right? Or is it Tackle 50? No,
Tackle's 40 in this game. It's only 50 in Gen 5.
Right. But the gimmick of Echoed Voice is that each consecutive turn you use it, it increases by another 40. So on turn 1, it does 40 base BP. Turn 2, it does 80. Turn 3, it does 120, all the way up to 200 total base power. And 200 is a lot of damage. 200 is far more powerful than anything else.
That stupid bug catcher can side spin on you, by the way.
Yeah, you got to be super careful with him. The gimmick though is that like if you use any other moves or you heal or do basically what you're not supposed to do, then it'll break that and it'll go back to 40 base power for the remainder of the until you build it back up. There is one exception where if you use Echoed Voice on a Pokemon that uses like protect, which like prevent damage, it still counts as using the move. So
as long as like PP is used up, it increases the power. So if you hit yourself a Confusion, it doesn't count, it resets it. If you use an item, it resets it. But if they block it, it still counts.
Yeah, and all 3 of those cases can come up in the next gym.
Sure can.
So
next gym's a fun one.
So real quick, somebody in chat was asking why you're saying numbers, and I think that's you trying to figure out what your IVs are, correct? So you can like plan ahead.
Yes, so I have ported this route to my IV reading tool. I don't actually use... Yeah. All right, I'll explain range here. I made a tool where... so we've used IV trackers forever. But I made a tool to make it online, and then like depending on your IV, it'll like change the route so that you can see what you should actually be doing. So you don't have to like look at a flowchart on the fly. And I use the IV tracker off that, but I don't actually use the route itself. I have my own notes. But that's another thing we can link if people are interested in seeing what I'm doing.
You want to post or send the ranger link to the route?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Buying 2 repels here. And 4 super potions. For a section coming up later, and because we need health badly in this run at all times.
Alright, I posted
Essentially, as we put in more stats, we can rule out certain IV values based on just what's mathematically possible. And that's what the IV calculator does.
Yeah, and it's very important to know precise values for some stuff later. There can be times where a 1 IV difference can change the damage thresholds for how much damage you take in a certain spot, and that can alter your decision making pretty drastically in terms of like if I need to heal or not, or if I need to just go for it or YOLO or whatever.
Is the game audio weird? It sounds fine to me.
I haven't been listening to it.
It's a little, very slightly strange. It's not like
it's kind of like choppy-ish.
Weird. Did I have to? I don't think I've run into that problem on my stream before. But this is a slightly different setup than what I usually do. Look, it's not like I'm doing a particularly low audio bit rate or anything.
Yeah, it's
Kinda
literally just like
quiet.
cutting out every couple seconds.
Is this a little better? I bumped up the volume, so I won't be able to hear you guys for the rest of the run, but
That didn't change it. You should probably
Yeah,
turn it
yeah.
back down so you can hear us.
It's like out of pitch too. That's so strange.
That's
Is
so
it out of
weird,
pitch?
Yeah, you can hear it.
because I don't hear it. Like my monitoring is fine. I'm gonna save here.
Yeah, so May's gonna save for basically every fight in this gym. She just grabbed the Silk Scarf item, which is a held item you can give to Mudkip. Increases your normal type damage moves by 1.2x, which is important because we just have an echoed voice. So instead of just doing like 200, it can do math. 240.
Yeah.
And that's it means a lot and helps a lot with our damage output in this gym.
Tony mentioned that it might be because of my capture card. I have a different kind of capture card, so it should be fine.
I'm gonna try something after this gym. I have no idea if it'll do anything, but I'll try it.
Yeah, I haven't seen this before, so that's very strange. I can try upping the audio bit rate, I guess, but like I'm getting the waveform looks fine, or I don't know the exact term for the little bars off the top of my head. That was bad anyway. So this is the worst fight in the game coming up.
We're gonna heal the full here.
Okay, it was VLC's fault. Got it.
Got it.
I literally
Thanks,
just
yeah.
opened a new instance of VLC, and it's
I love
working
when
now.
it's not my
Oh,
fault.
it's perfect now. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
I got
Let's
no
go more
idea.
So this is Black Belt Hideki. If you want a little bit of context in the Black Belt Hideki, Etchi and I are actually racing Omega Ruby versus Alpha Sapphire from Midwest Speed Fest this Friday. And the Japanese commentators asked us for our notes and stuff so that they could try a run of it. And they replied to us saying that they tried the run, they had a good time, but they kept dying to Hideki, and they didn't know if that was a thing that was normal. And we were like, oh yeah, no, it's normal. That went really well right there. But that is that is actually the worst fight in the game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that May didn't die like 3 times there to show how bad it is. But basically,
Is it unfortunate? Hold on. I'm gonna actually save again because you could also die here. You can die in every fight in this gym.
yeah, it's bad. So, just kind of explanation of why that fight is bad, because this fight's pretty straightforward. Basically, that Machop has 3 moves that he's going to throw at you, which are Focus Energy, Low Sweep, and Foresight. And what you want to see are just doing Foresight or Focus Energy for those first 2 turns, and then Low Sweeping, and then you 3-shot it, and then the fight's over. But what normally happens is that a couple things. One, you're not guaranteed to 3-shot it with that good voice, because not all Mudkips are strong enough to be able to do that. 2, if he just is really aggressive off the bat with low sweeps, you might be forced to heal before you get that echoed voice chain going. So the fight may take like 5 or 6 hits to kill him. And then 3, because of Focus Energy, his low sweeps become very likely to crit you, and the crits are going to do an insane amount of damage. And what ends up happening a lot of the time is if you have super potions, you're just kind of stuck in a heal loop until he finally doesn't crit you anymore. And then you're free to do 1 attack, and then you have to kind of
If
heal.
he decides to not crit you anymore, that's a big
If
if.
he decides, yeah. A lot of top runners will just forego super potions completely and just hope for the best here. And it's
Not
pretty
so much in
miserable.
Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like a lot of the Mega Ruby runners I've been seeing.
Yeah, Omega Ruby runners will skip it because you don't need as many potions later on because your museum doesn't suck. But
That's another. Yeah, we'll talk about that too later. But this is Brawly. May just removed her Silk Scarf because it actually makes this fight worse, which is interesting.
yeah, there's a move called Knockoff, which does more damage if you have a held item equipped, and then you lose the held item. And Brawly cheats, and he knows if you have one or not, so he'll only use it if you have a held item equipped. And there are ranges to where he won't do that to you, like where you can survive, or he'll do it to you, but you can survive it, so you don't have to so you can just get away with it. I never risk it, honestly. It's not really worth it.
Yeah, so unfortunate to get crit there. Karate Chop is a high crit chance move, so it happens sometimes.
Yeah, Brawly's actually the easiest fight in this gym, but sometimes he'll just decide that you get to die today.
Really, so what normally happens here on Smalkagita is that your Echoed Voice doesn't kill it, and it knocks it into heal range. So whenever it's below 25% health, Brawly's going to pop that Super Potion, and then I don't know exactly how often it happens, but usually the second Echoed Voice kills it, but sometimes it doesn't, and then you take another turn and bad things happen. That's Brawly. That was a pretty
good Brawly gym.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk to Steven, and we're going to give him a letter. Then we're going to go to another bad section of the game, which is museum.
Yeah, so
there's a whole cutscene before that, though, and some movement and stuff.
Is that just going to be the rest of the run? We're going to go to another bad section of the game?
Pretty much. It's most of it.
There are parts of the run that are fine. It's okay.
This run is notorious for a reason, is what I'm going to say. I like this run a lot, but it is notorious.
I don't know. You dealt with that gym pretty easily, so it looks pretty easy to me.
I've lost 2 top 4 runs in the past month and a half to a 37% chance move that doesn't always get you, or 34% chance that doesn't always happen in the third to last fight. So this game is a time.
So the next section coming up is the museum, and this is the first kind of place where you start seeing a difference between Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. Omega Ruby, you fight Team Magma as your main opposition throughout the game, and then Alpha Sapphire, you fight Team Aqua. Both teams have like different goals, and they're tied to the different box legendaries, so we'll get into that more later. But it's actually really interesting, kind of the implications of Team Aqua versus Team Magma, because one represents fire, one represents water. Mudkip, better against fire than water types. Now that's not to say like Team Magma always uses fire types. It actually doesn't use that many fire types, unfortunately, for Omega Ruby runners. But Team Aqua uses some pretty annoying water types when it does throw out the water types. And there's also differences, but even if they have like similar Pokemon, there's going to be differences in like the stats, and that can cause issues as well between the two versions. But what we're going to see in the museum is like basically a Carvana, whereas Omega Ruby would have a Numel in that same spot. And Numel's, again, much easier to deal with because we have Water Gun.
But in fact, not only is Mudkip a water type, it evolved into a water ground type, both of which are good against fire.
Ground, not good against water.
Yeah. Here's a little fun fact, not related to the run, but according to the Pokemon Wikia, and I don't know why I wound up on this page, Team Aqua is a more progressive organization because more of the grunts are women. Diversity win.
Wait, is that in Oros or just like in general, or what?
It was just in general, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember why I wound up on this page, because it's not Bulbapedia, it's the Wikia.
I trust PokeWikia. May just grab the soft stand there, and that's very similar to Silk Scarf. It's basically the same item as a Silk Scarf, but for ground type moves, which is really good because we're going to be spamming ground type moves very often, very soon.
I also picked up this PP Up, and that's because we need money.
Yeah, PP Up is a very valuable item. There's not that many like super expensive items in early game that you can get pretty easily, so it's nice.
There's a what's it called? Stardust.
Stardust.
Is it a Stardust?
Yeah, the one outside Granite Cave.
Yeah, there's a Stardust that we skip, that the beginner route gets, but we skip because we don't actually need it. It's just if you need extra repels, which if your movement's good, you don't.
This museum also has the best part of the game, where we're going to see a very long stare down between
it's
us
so awkward.
And the Team Aqua captain, or
safe place.
What is his title? Is
Archie.
It Captain Admin? No, his title.
Admin? Team Aqua Admin Matt? What?
Yeah, but like Matt's an admin. What is Archie?
Aqua Leader Archie?
Is it leader? Okay, that's
leader.
That's kind of lame.
What do you want?
Like if I was the leader of a crime syndicate, I would want some like fancy title like captain or
Captain would be pretty cool.
supreme overlord of Team Aqua or something.
Evil Overlord Etchy.
Evil Overlord.
That's me.
So, something to mention about Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb's a 95% accuracy move. So you can just lose your run if you just miss. Which has never happened to me.
Game, right?
What?
60 power in this game?
That sounds right. It's really bad in Gen 4.
60. Yeah. Gen 4 Rock Tomb is actually, or Gen 3 as well. It's literally like the worst move in the entire world.
It's so
like
bad.
80 accuracy, 50 power.
That was 40. Is it 50?
No, I think it's 50. I hope it's not 40. That'd be pretty sad. But yeah, Rock Tomb helps for stuff like the Zubat, and there's quite a lot of Zubats and Golbats between both Team Aqua and Team Magma.
Missed the range, but it's fine. Because I didn't get supersonic.
Now that we're level 16, we are going to evolve into Marshtomp, but not until after this fight, unfortunately.
I should have enough echoed voices there. Pretty sure I do. Yeah, I only need 5. Right?
Yeah, we're getting close to
4, I need 4.
the worst fight in the game, number 5.
It's not nearly as bad as if you're fast enough, this fight's okay.
Yeah.
Unless you miss a range, then it's bad.
Fast
So now we
as
have
in
Marshtomp.
if
People
you're-
really dislike Marshtomp's model in Gen 6. I think it's hilarious.
So you're saying like fast enough as in if your speed's high enough?
Yes.
Okay.
If you get outsped by Brendan's Grovyle, you simply have a 1 in 4 chance of dying no matter what your stats are.
Ooh.
Yeah, so the rival fight's pretty interesting. May's going to teach Mudshot here, which is a special attacking move. And we kind of are going to replace that pretty soon as like with a physical ground move later, but we just need some kind of ground move right now that's effective in order to get us through this next part. But
Use it in 2 fights, I think, right? Yeah.
Plusleminen and
The Flannery.
oh right, yeah, we need it for Flannery. Okay, so here's
Alright,
here's
ready for the stare down?
Stare.
So Archie, how's the weather? The cutscenes
Holding
have a set length,
parenthesis.
so if you mash, you have to just wait for them anyways. Sometimes.
Yeah, the cutscenes don't like instantly end when you progress through them quickly enough. There's some level of scripting involved there, so
There's a really long run in one of the post game if you do Elite Four round
it's
2.
hilarious. Yeah, because the game they don't expect you to just mash this quickly through the cutscenes, even though they'd let you mash this quickly through the cutscene. So, may have to take a quick detour here just to acknowledge that contest exists, and then she's not gonna do that. But first, shopping.
Explain. Nope, not that. Explain
Yeah,
X,
nope, not
X
that
items
is-
to the crowd.
Yeah, so X items are
Nope.
pretty broken normal Pokemon stuff. If you've seen a Pokemon run before, you've almost certainly seen X items in some way. And if you play Pokemon casually before, you probably never used X items. So May's gonna get a little bit of everything here. X speeds are very important. X attacks are extremely important. But the reason why we're buying these is that the key component of like winning fights fast in most Pokemon speedruns is setup and sweep. You want to be able to one-shot everything and just not have to worry about it, not give them as turns as possible, and usually just set up on like the first or second Pokemon and then just go to town. And X items are a really effective way to do that because you don't need any moves in order to boost your stats. You just use the item in battle and it boosts your stats automatically by 1 stage. So I don't like to explain the nitty-gritty of how X item
No,
numbers work.
you gotta explain the nitty gritty. It's fun. You just gotta go full like auctioneer about it.
No.
I did that on
What do you mean
Saturday.
full auctioneer? What does that
Saturday?
mean?
Yeah, it was
I was
Saturday. Yeah.
I was explaining something. I don't remember what it was, and I just explained it as fast as I possibly could speak it.
And then you said to hire you as an auctioneer, and then please no, don't actually do that.
Oh, you
Yeah,
sound like my college professors. That's crazy.
maybe there's a clip of it somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, well, you can explain the nitty-gritty. I'll explain the TLDR, which is
It might have been X items that I was explaining. I don't remember.
It boosts your stats by, like, if you use one X item, it boosts your stat by 50%, basically. So very effective to boost your speed with, because your speed just increases by 50% straight up, which lets you outspeed a lot of things. Spamming X attacks using an X speed or two is kind of like the main strat, because you just want to boost your attack a lot and then boost your speed just enough to outspeed everything in the fight and then sweep the team.
This is before
you're going to see that as well.
This is before the X item improvement you talked about on Saturday, right?
Yep. Yeah, so in this game, X items are not as broken as they are in Gen 7 and Gen 8. They only boost by one stage, whereas those games, they boost them by 2 stages. So there are some cases where, like, the move you're using, like, if you have a move that boosts by 2 stages, like Swords Dance, which boosts your attack by 2 stages, that's just better sometimes. We're not going to do Swords Dance on this run, only in Omega Ruby you might see Swords Dance. This fight sucks.
This fight's fine.
This fight's annoying.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like...
You literally cannot die in this fight.
Yeah, because you're now ground type, they can't hurt you.
Die in this fight, yeah.
Which is pretty funny. But they like to give you a berry and then switcheroo and then eat the berry themselves, and the berry animation's annoyingly slow, and it just wastes time. It's an obnoxious fight.
Like this.
Oh, I also didn't mention, but Mudshot also lowers speed like Machtoon does. And also, like, the other ground move you're gonna get. Why does everything get lower speed?
Yeah, I don't know. But, like, actually, though, that does happen.
So May's gonna do some menuing and then save here for the fight that we've been kind of talking about. Rival 2 is a really interesting fight, because even though, like, in a lot of games, Rival have like the same AI as gym leaders.
Basket pump. My movement into...
Oh, no. You saved, right?
What?
Did you save, or are you going to save?
Not before that, no. I was going to save after that.
Well, then I
just love the bask upon my move. Oh.
I was going to say gaze upon my movement and despair, because people don't like the way I do that movement, and I was immediately punished for it. Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't really use any of the X items here. We don't really have any extra ones, so we just have to kind of brute force our way through this fight.
This guy has 3 Pokemon too. It is awful.
Trying to think if this has any impact on the next fight. Well, you leveled up before Slugma, so you have an extra level early. So you'll take a little bit of less damage.
Mudshot, I guess? I don't know.
I don't think you're in any danger of, like, doing too much damage anymore. I think you're fine.
No, we should be fine.
Yeah, it's just like you're just gonna take less damage on Slugma, that's it.
Well, that was dumb. I don't even know the last time I hit that guy.
Brendan 2.
Brendan 2. Brendan 2 is the second to worst Brendan.
He leads with the Slugma here, so we're gonna do all of our setup on Slugma, kind of the strategy I described earlier, and then sweep his team. This is also the last place we use Echoed Voice. We use Echoed Voice to kind of give us enough damage to get the Grovyle. We really don't have a way to deal with it, because Grovyle's scary, and even though, like, evolving's cool and all, we are now 4x weak to grass, which means that no matter what your stats are, if Grovyle uses Mega Drain, you always die from full HP, no matter what. Literally always die.
Mudkip is the only starter that evolves into a starter that is 4 times weak to another starter.
Yeah, it's not a good time, and this
evolves
is
your
it's bad in, like, Sapphire Emerald speedruns as well. Slugma can be annoying here because sometimes it's just, like, too much damage at the wrong times, and you have to heal extra times. You're also
sometimes it burns you. If it burns you out here, it would be very sad. Okay, we should be okay.
And Grovyle comes out next. And what happens here is that we're going to outspeed in this specific situation, so we don't really have to worry about anything. But if you had worse speed here...
A little scary.
Okay. Obviously, quick attack withstanding. You outspeed otherwise, and if you don't outspeed there, you actually just use less X speeds and let him outspeed you, and then it's just 1 in 4 chance straight up of
because
using
Brendan is not smart. He just uses a random move every turn.
Yeah, AI in this game is so weird. I
It's
really
so
don't
weird.
fully understand it. In a lot of the other games, I can very clearly describe the rules of how, like, say, like Platinum gym leaders work, or even Heart Gold Soul Silver gym leaders. I can pretty clearly explain a lot of facets of them, but I really don't get this game, even though I've played it a decent amount.
This game's weird. I do get this game, and I still don't get this game.
It's
all right.
bizarre.
So I'm not gonna eat more optionals. But I am gonna grab this revive just in case.
Yeah, the safety revive is very nice.
I've not grabbed the revive since the last time I ran this in a marathon setting, so that's why I almost forgot to grab it.
A bunch of spinners there, cleanly dodged. Getting some Leppa berries, which are basically just free ethers.
Yeah, Leppa berries are great. The fact that these Leppa berries are here,
it's crazy. They just give you
useful.
6 of them right there. It's so cool. But yeah, we'll take advantage of those later. They just restore our moves PP. And this is Mauville City for those who have never played Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. This is New Mauville.
Yeah, they
Basically an
redid
indoor
it. It's like a
shopping
mall now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's much better than generic town, I guess. We're gonna go get the bike. The bike is pretty different from Sapphire and Emerald.
Thankfully, we only need the mock bike for the entire run. It actually
Yeah.
doesn't matter what bike you have for the entire run. There's no point at which we need one bike over the other. I do go up one mock bike hill, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted to do.
So, Acrobike, again, for those who don't remember or haven't played these games, just lets you kind of do like some obstacle stuff, but it's literally just a slower version of the mock bike in terms of speedrun purposes. The mock bike's a pretty fast bike. It's not as scarily fast as like Gen 3 mock bike or like Gen 5 bike, but it can be pretty finicky, and you're gonna see a lot like kind of how we described that this game is on
Say
a
goodbye,
grid,
Acrid
but
voice.
tries not to be on a grid. And the bike really shows that this game is kind of wonky with that. But we're learning to bulldoze here. Turning off the XP share and registering the mock bike. We don't want the XP share because we just don't want our other Pokemon to gain XP. We don't even have extra Pokemon right now. And then bulldoze is 60 base power physical move that lowers speed, hits multiple targets, and is going to be our main attacking move for the rest of the Mudkip section.
Yeah, so... Oh my god, what am I doing?
Done this so many times.
We're gonna say this is nerves.
I knew what happened before I even saw it, because I just know what happened.
I did this
here,
yesterday
here.
too, in practice. So this is an easy part of the game, because Watson is an electric type gym, and we are now ground type, so half his moves don't work on us.
Yeah, this is this gym and the next gym are actually very chill, very nice, and it's very hard to lose any substantial amount of time in this section.
You say
as
that,
well.
my PB loses 30 seconds on this play.
Why? What happened?
I don't remember. I mismenued something, I think. It was bad.
Okay, well the gym itself is very consistent, so hopefully,
I did something dumb.
yeah.
We didn't do enough crimes,
walling.
clearly.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of our early money routing is so we can buy Bulldoze, because Bulldoze is very useful in this. It's like the best ground type move we really have available to us. That's like affordable. There might be another one, but this is the one we can get. It's quite good for our purposes, because it also slows.
Yeah, it's only 60 power, but 60 power is good enough for the
And it's
time being.
stab.
Now that we have X items, we're like fine.
So yeah, this entire gym, we just spam Bulldoze. There's not like a ton to talk about here. This gym's got puzzles, as a kid later on will tell us. All my level ups are at weird spots now.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm not prepared for it.
Yeah, it won't have any, like, it shouldn't have any negative effects, but it's just kind of throw off a lot of calcs.
Not even that. That's not even what I'm worried about. It's just specifically like where I expect to mash for him.
Oh, yeah. You can see here, this is Mei using the D-pad because indoor grid, indoor movement.
Yeah, trying to use the circle pad indoors, terrible. It's so bad.
You don't use a circle pad for the wall.
Or circle pad indoors, I meant. What?
You don't use a circle pad for that puzzle?
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Yeah. I think the only way you can lose time in a lot of places here is just like, depending on what moves the Voltorbs use, because they outspeed you. And that's like it.
Yeah,
we're gonna start busting out some more X items when we get to Watson as well.
I talked to this guy on the way back, because you can't tell me what to do.
Oh, one thing to point out too is people will always talk to gym trainers when they can, or trainers in general when they can if they're a required fight, instead of letting them talk and walk to you. Like most Pokemon games, it's just faster to talk to them.
About 2 seconds.
Yeah, in Oros is actually really fast that they see you and they don't have to walk to you, but it's still slightly faster to just talk to them.
I assume you're still skipping the animation of them like looking surprised or whatever they do.
It's mainly the exclamation point that you're skipping.
Yeah, it's not as bad as like Gen 4 if they get like an exclamation point, but it's still.
You can also easily talk to them diagonally, as long as you are standing diagonal to them in like one of the 2 directions. Like, this is hard to explain. As long as you're standing diagonal to them and not looking away from them, if you just hit A, you'll talk to them.
Yeah, so if they're like upright from you, you can either be facing up or right or directly at them, and then press A, and that works.
Which they got rid of after this game.
And we'll see a pretty funny instance of that in the Team Aqua hideout.
I'm assuming you can't do the swag talking to them while facing away thing in this game.
No, only the spinners are allowed to do that.
Yeah, only the spinners are allowed to do that. That's what I was going to say. They're built different.
Look how happy Watson is.
I love Watson.
Doesn't know we have X items.
Another gym leader that would 100% dab because his grandchildren do it, or his grandchildren think it's cringy and he's here for it. That's my Watson headcanon. Nope.
So, doing a little bit of chip damage first with the water gun. X speed, so we outspeed everything. Namely the Magneton. A little bit. Bulldoze is 4x effective against Magnemite and Magneton.
We do use an X speed on this because Magneton has Supersonic, and we would like to not be confused. It just makes this fight very consistent. And like, you take the consistency where you can get in this game.
I was gonna say that doesn't that sounds like a rare thing in this game based on the way the commentary has been so far.
At decent speeds, it also means we outspeed the Voltorb, which is nice.
Mud Bomb is not useful here. It's basically just Mud Shot, but different, but the same. So we're just not going to bother with it. 3 gyms down already. There you go.
We actually we go through gyms at a pretty reasonable pace in this game. I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not like, it's no Sword and Shield, where it's like an hour before we do one.
Yeah, I think it helps that the run's 3 hours long.
Yeah.
That probably solves most of the issues. Oh no, Team Aqua.
Well, the run's 8 minutes and 15 seconds long, but... So this is the route where we get a bajillion free heals.
Also the route where you can actually get random encounters again, which is fun, even though we have repels.
Wait, what?
So yeah, Rock Smash is here, and when you smash open a rock, it's like, what, probably around 50% to
30.
get an encounter.
33, it's 1/3.
33, thank you. And if you do get that encounter, you just lose 15 seconds, and that's it.
You have a 1/3 chance of getting an encounter, a 1/3 chance of nothing happening, and a 1/3 chance of a item.
You can actually get some pretty cool items from this too. You can get like an ether.
I've had runs saved because I got an ether there.
Yeah, you can even get like a soft sand there too, I think. So like.
Yeah, but oh boy, too.
Yeah, boy, too.
Well, so what you do is you get enough soft sands, you can combine them together, and it becomes 2-star.
It becomes softer sand.
Softer sand. Softer, yeah.
I think you can also get like money items, but obviously you can't route around that. It's just completely random, so you don't worry about it too much. All I can say is if you get an item, even though it's like slower than nothing, you're still very happy.
This is just a movement section. Yeah, the item's fine. If I get an item, I'm like, cool. This run's good now.
That hiker walker.
What's my Wilton time gonna be? It's gonna be pretty
annoying.
bad.
Well, it's like the most insulting item to get out of Rock Smash.
Probably soft hand.
Yeah, we already have one.
Getting
a
Perseverance,
Geodude. That's the most insulting. I should have saved for this fight too. I should have saved for this fight too.
This fight can be bad. Usually it's not.
I'm not going to say anything about this fight until it's over.
You want me to say things or no?
No.
We're just having some silence.
Just gonna hold her breath.
No. You can say things as long as they're not specifically about. Talk about AA room.
Oh yeah, there's a guy after this that tells you about secret bases, and it takes like a minute and a half. And
it's just
super
pure
slow.
straight mashing.
Yeah.
Don't paralyze.
You have to name your base, and I think the default name is Yay, so everyone's bases is named Yay.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
You said something about the fight, May.
The sad thing here is that even though we have the revive, we don't have an extra Pokemon. So if something really bad happens, there's nothing we can do about it. Teach him a lesson.
So this is what we don't want. We don't want him to knock off our bulldoze. Is he? Oh, please don't kill me.
The good news is you're already paralyzed, so he can't paralyze you again with Force Bomb. I think you're safe as long as you break through eventually. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
I did it. Easy fight. We did it. So
easy every time.
What I was going to say is I've never lost that fight, and a friend of ours, T-Pat, has died in that fight a bajillion times and hates it. It's like one of his least favorite fights in the game. And until yesterday, it had never given me trouble, and yesterday was the first time where I had a real bad version of it somehow, which I was extremely overdue for, don't get me wrong. And of course, this one was even worse. It's probably not the first time that it gave me trouble, but it's the first time in a while.
Yeah, and if those who are very knowledgeable of Pokemon probably realize, but the whole gimmick of that fight is everything can paralyze you, and you just try to paralyze you nonstop. And then it just means things are extremely obnoxious if you like miss the range on the Bagon, or just silly things happen. And the Makuhita has knockoff, which means you won't one-shot it, and then just infinite sad. And you always leave the X attack on the Makuhita because that's fake out. Yay! You get a lot of characters for your base.
I know.
They're like 15.
Normally we don't add exclamation points there. That's not part of the run.
I appreciate it.
No, it's RNG minute. It's
that's
fine.
me trying. That's me trying to miss my estimate.
That's right. On Saturday we had a Pokemon game with Kizaron that was underestimate.
No. Oh no! Wait, I thought you meant Kizaron run. Yeah, I commentated that. Hold on.
Yeah, on Saturday.
Wait. Well, so the rival was named Keys, but I was thinking of Keys the human being, not Keys the rival.
Yes, that is who we named the rival after, May.
Listen. This is another move. This whole section, like this movement part, doesn't really end for a while. This Trapinch is secretly a final boss in that if this Trapinch does not matter what your stats are, it is not a guaranteed one-shot. But if you do one-shot it, it makes this split a lot better because it can't dig and it won't do damage to you, so you likely don't have to heal later.
Yeah. In a lot of these fights are like, nothing bad can happen, but you can lose time.
Actually, Rock Smash there, but whatever. So I'm gonna have to heal before the Aqua Double, which I was probably gonna do for marathon reasons anyways, but...
Pretty normal movement section here as well. This part's kind of scary because there's a lot of like little ninjas hiding in the ash piles, and they have really scary Pokemon. But as long as you take the same pass every time, you won't run into them. I think that's one right there, right?
It is. That's why
I think that one has like multiple croppings.
That one's one of the worst trainers in the game. There are two of the worst optionals in the game around this section. The Ace trainer that we didn't see because it was off screen. Maybe the worst. And that coughing one is really bad because all coughings have levitate.
Yeah, we're getting close. Not quite there, but we're getting close to the one section where Alpha Sapphire is just straight up nicer than Omega Ruby in some parts, at least. In some of the fights in this section, which is the Mount Chimney.
The section's generally pretty good too.
Yeah, that too. But Mount Chimney's the first time where it's like, oh, this is actually kind of better, at least for this one fight. And it's specifically because Omega Ruby has to fight a coughing, and Alpha Sapphire does not have to deal with that same coughing.
Chad was asking why Marshtomp doesn't have water moves. It's because we need our other moves more.
Yeah, again, Marshtomp, better physical attacker. Ground is better for everything as well, for a lot of things.
That was a pretty good Aeron fight.
Even in Omega Ruby, where again, Team Aqua versus Team Magma, you would think that like water gun or water moves might be more useful. It's not. Ground is still good against fire, so I'm just gonna use that.
Probably should use the regular potions there, but I'm sure it's fine. Actually, just save. It's easy.
Yeah, there you go.
Hardest movement in the game coming up.
We're also getting the most expensive item in the game that we're gonna pick up.
So that looked weird, and that's because the rubber on my circle pad got stuck to my finger and came off. Because my circle pad is screwed up. And I'm really glad that it did not just take me directly into the spinner. The hardest movement that I was referring to, by the way, was picking up that Comet Shard.
Yeah, it's pretty finicky, and again, not really on a grid, but on a grid type thing. And that Comet Shard is worth 15,000 Poké-Dollars, which is a lot of flipping money. And we're going to sell that later for buying tons of other things we need.
This fight sucks. I don't actually do the strategy that they that is in the route anymore. If we get confused, you're supposed to heal the confusion. I stopped doing it because it makes a later section worse if you do it. And I don't even think it helps that much because we just get confused again. This fight's awful.
Yeah, this is a true double battle, which means that we have a double battle, but we have an AI ally.
That's good.
And the AI ally we have no control over and usually does dumb things.
Did I just get Clear Smog?
You did. No, no, Slugma clears Slogged. Grime.
Okay. That makes way more sense.
I thought you meant if that was used in battle, that's why I said.
So we need to try to kill Slugma the same turn as the Grimer goes down, because then we'll bring out Grovyle, which is actually useful. It won't bring out Wailord, which is useless. Because Grovyle can one-shot Grovyle speeds us, and so it can one-shot the Carvana at the end, which means that we don't have to attack it, and it saves a little bit of time. Now, even though it is blatantly better to use Leaf Blade, sometimes, including my run yesterday, Brendan will just decide that he wants to use Pursuit, and we will lose about 6 seconds.
I was going to ask about that. Does Brendan still just choose a random move?
It's not random this time. It's almost always Leaf Blade, but about 5% of the time, Brendan will go, I don't think you deserve to PB today. It's like, it probably won't make or break a PB, but it's frustrating.
Yeah. And again, kind of a weird situation where Omega Ruby has like a very marginal and nicer fight here because Wailmer, which Brendan could send out, is more effective against Numel than it is against the Carvana.
And also, Bulldoze is super effective against Numel, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really convenient for us that Bulldoze hits everything in the fight, including our ally. R.I.P. Slugma, but it has to be done.
No, Slugma deserves it after burning me in the Brendan 2 fight yesterday. I got burned and paralyzed and pursuit in that run.
Ooh, that sounds...
You haven't been burned this run yet. We're confused.
True. This run's great. So we have the option to go back to Maulville, and this is there are 2 different ways you can do this next part. You can do forward movement, or you can do backwards movement. Forward movement is optimally 6 seconds better, I think, if you don't get an encounter, and 10 seconds slower if you do get an encounter. And you have to do another spinner pass. So I stopped doing forwards movement because I hate it. Essentially, forwards movement means we do the movement that we did to get here, like the first third of it again. If we say yes to Brendan, because he pulls us back to Maulville. If you say no to Brendan, we just do the movement we just did, but backwards. I recommend backwards movement. It's also more fun.
The consistency is really nice, and just eliminating RNG when you can is always positive.
15 Gs.
Oh my goodness. So we're gonna go on a shopping spree here and finally get some like actually good items, namely hyper potions, which heal a ton, full heals, so we can actually heal any status issue that comes our way, and then a
11 seems like a lot. I've run out of that 11 so much.
Yeah, it's because we don't really shop for quite a while after this point. Next time we shop, we're just gonna buy full restores.
I'm pretty low on potions because of that Wilton fight too.
Yeah.
So that's actually not a trainer, that little roamer there. Little fun fact that I learned about 2 months ago.
I actually never have done the backwards pass. I haven't learned it yet because
Oops. It's way more fun.
Yeah, no.
Mainly because you don't do that stupid that first spinner or that first rotator. You know what I'm talking about? Right after the rock smash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that one, and so you don't have to do it,
sucks.
and so this is better.
I realized we didn't talk about Mudkip's ability at all, which is Torrent. It didn't really come up in the early game, but sometimes it does. And it came up in Roxanne, I guess. But basically what Torrent does is it's... if you're below 1/3 HP, you just do 50% more damage with your Water-type moves. We have no Water-type moves, so we never have to do any kind of HP management with our Mudkip. Now that we don't have Water Gun anymore.
So, actually was saying that this part is better on Alpha Sapphire. That is true. That does not mean it's good.
Yes.
It's still pretty bad.
The reason this is really bad on a Mega Ruby, and one of the dumbest parts, is there's a coughing. And as May explained earlier, coughings have levitate, so you can't hit them with ground moves.
I believe this is one of the games where all Pokemon have the first ability.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they always have ability
so,
1.
Right?
I think that's true. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's true.
Yeah, Platinum and Diamond.
It's true in Gen 5. Don't quote me on that either.
Diamond Pro Plat are that way.
Yeah. Perfect. We got one. We can be sure about one of them.
I love that you just said 3 things in a row. We're like, don't quote me on that.
So the coughing, yeah. So it has levitate, and you can either, there's 2 basically ways of dealing it. It's either skip Rock Tomb Strength on it, which is still bad and loses you time in other fights, or the normal strat, which is spam Rock Tomb until it decides to self-destruct. Because otherwise it takes 9 turns or something like that just to kill it.
It's terrible.
It's really bad, and again, random AI, so you just kind of are at the mercy of the game to actually do that self-destruct.
Almost always goes fine. There's one way where this fight can be really bad, and that is if we get if it uses minimize turn 1, which increases its evasion, it misses turn 2, and then it disables us. That is bad.
Yeah.
It's very rare that can happen, but it can happen, and then it doesn't necessarily mean your run is over. We're good, but it does suck.
And there are no Grimers on the Team Magma side, so it is nice that you have something that you're super effective against here, at least.
I always think it's weird that we can use Bulldoze on the fish Pokemon, because it does look like they're levitating, and I'll never get over it.
They're just air swimming.
I know, but it's so weird to me. Because they are literally levitating, you know?
Yeah. Wait, what happened? What happens in the anime when they do like water Pokemon on land, like a Carvana or something?
They don't.
They don't.
They just don't use water Pokemon on land.
That'd be a fun mechanic for this. Like sky battles, but you could only use water Pokemon on water. Unless they have feet.
It's our first
this
time
fight's bad.
Archie.
But it's usually just like a slowness bad, unless we miss our Rock Tomb on Golbat, then it's just a bad.
Yeah, again, we have like Person Berries, full heals. We have like a lot of tools at our disposal now and a lot of ways to heal. So there are a lot of ways to kind of work around what can come
Occasionally
at
this
you
fight
here.
goes really well. Occasionally. I do have to do one
Unlike
setup
later
turn, which is
Archie
nice.
fights.
Because I have high speed. And this fight is way better. We only have to do one turn of setup, unless he decides to not. We actually want to get swaggered here, because we have a Person Berry. Perfect.
And Swagger again boosts your attack by 2 stages.
This
Very
won't
effective, very
kill.
helpful.
Yeah, that's what he usually does. Nope. Not used to having the revive there.
So Swagger again, unfortunate to get it again, but the attack boost is nice. Now you're just going to destroy everything.
Yeah, now it's not a range on the Golbat. It was a... Well, no, I was at +3, so I was going to destroy everything anyways. No, I was at +2. Yeah.
I don't know what the Alpha Sapphire range is.
It's a 13/16 range at +2 on the Golbat.
Gotcha.
But the Golbat isn't really the scary one, honestly. Unless you're already low, then it's obviously scary.
Normally 26 for the Golbat. You might be an extra level here.
Hard
Hard to tell.
No.
Look
No?
close.
This is my favorite mashing in the game. When he takes a
Your
rain check.
favorite mashing. What?
It's so fun. Look.
How is mashing fun?
Oh, it's so fast. It's like instant text. It's the only part of this game I like mashing, because it's just a bunch of blips. Don't judge me. Come on.
Textual
I'm
burr.
People wondering about time for ASR. The world record for Ruby right now is about 3 minutes faster. Whether or not that is actually because the game is faster, or because way more people run Omega Ruby is up for you to decide. I think it's actually about closer to 2 minutes faster, 2.5 minutes. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head.
And in terms of differences, again, summary is just Team
Did not
Alpha
wanna
versus
do
Team
that.
Mega fights are different. And then you use different Pokemons later in the run. So Alpha Sapphire uses Latios and then Kyogre. Omega Ruby uses Latios and Groudon. And you might think, getting free legendaries, that makes the run really easy.
It makes the run less hard, I guess.
I mean, the difference is, like, in a speedrun context, it doesn't matter that they give you legendaries because you're still going to take risks to finish fights as fast as possible.
Also, Latios isn't actually a legendary.
Yeah, Latios sucks.
It's cuter. What Latios
Shiny
have this one?
Latios is better than Shiny Latios.
Wait, which one's better? I thought you said the same thing twice.
Shiny Latios is better than Shiny Latios.
I heard Latios twice as well.
I heard Latios twice. I think you said Latios twice.
No.
Okay, see, somebody in chat agrees with me that the dialogue box smashing there is like super satisfying. That was not safe. I've done that twice in 2 days now.
Oh gosh. This gym's kind of funky because like depth perception is a little weird because sometimes you're like flatter.
It's just at a weird angle.
Places. I don't know. So sometimes you think you're like right next to the trainers, but you're actually 2 tiles away. But the cycles are pretty predictable and pretty easy to deal with here.
Yeah. This is another easy part of the run. But you can die here. I didn't know it was possible, but sometimes T-Pat delivers.
And this is the last time why we still have Mudshot as well.
I actually can't believe T-Pat died to Flannery. It was so tragic. I don't even remember how it happened, but it was so cursed.
Oh no. I saw in chat. So this run does not actually end at the credits. We're going to stop at the credits here today. But this is like the only Pokemon. This is like one of 3 Pokemon runs in terms of main series runs where the run actually extends beyond the credits for any percent. And the end timing
we've officially entered the hot take section. This is a
the end
highly
timing is
debated thing.
The Brendan fight after the credits. After 10 minutes of credits, there's one more fight. We lose to that as quickly as possible, and then the run ends.
And the last fight doesn't affect the game at all. You don't get experience from it. You don't get money. You don't lose money for losing. Our goal is just to lose as fast as possible, which means we have a weird situation where we're going to be using a Kyogre for the last chunk of the run, and we want our Kyogre to have the worst HP and defense stats it can, because it means that the Swallow kills us faster. It's super weird.
Yeah. And Marathon Run is just never do that section because it's just a complete waste of time.
Because we're not going to wait we're not going to make you sit through 11 minutes of credits unless we're so far ahead of estimate that one of us is going to world record, you know? Like in our race at the end of the week, if one of us is 11 minutes ahead, you'll see the credits.
Yeah, this is Flannery. Very straightforward fight again. Fire type bad against ground. The only thing to know is that we're going to use Mudshot and Torkoal instead of Bulldoze.
Because it's special.
Because it's special. Although, again, that does introduce possible scenarios where you can die if you have really bad special attack.
I mean, I can miss the range still. Probably won't die, but it should be slow.
Yeah.
It's a 96.5% range, so I will miss it.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
I think we're good.
That's a good roll, yeah.
That was a high roll, yeah.
It usually goes for Sunny Day there.
Sometimes it'll curse. Occasionally it'll decide that to do something weird. That's Flannery. And now we're done with the easy part of the run, and the rest of it's bad.
No, it's not. There's
kinda
Kyogre parts.
Okay, that's fair.
And some parts of the Latias section are just like autopilot-y, but...
So this next gym is the second worst gym in the game. And it's honestly kind of a contest between the two of them. This next gym also sucks. You can die on 3 of the 4 fights in it.
Yeah, this is one of those gyms where it's like, if you look at the strat on paper, especially for Norman, if you look at it on paper, you're like, that doesn't seem unreasonable. How do you die that often? And the answer is, in general, the more hits you take, the more likely you are to get a critical hit. And critical hits will kill you a lot of the time because
even though on Norman we're gonna use an X defense, the one time we use an X defense.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the only time we do is what I was not sure about.
Yeah.
Even though we're gonna use an X defense on Norman, if we get crit, it ignores that and we just take so much damage.
Yeah, crits are actually overpowered, and this is the gen where they didn't nerf the crit rate yet. So they did nerf crits a little bit here. They decreased the damage from 2x in previous gens to 1.5x, which is nice. However, the crit rate is still 1 in 16, whereas in later gens, 1 out of 24.
It's good because this gym wouldn't work if it was still 2 times.
Yeah.
As we'll see on the third fight.
Well, we'll see that in a bit, but that's still high crit rate. Again, 1 out of 16 doesn't sound that high, but when you're taking like 5 hits, that's fairly reasonable to get a crit there. And
like it?
Kind of sucks.
Oh. So yesterday I didn't get attracted to turn 2. It was very strange. Easy.
Yeah, track sucks. Just 50% chance to just do nothing.
Yesterday I got double slapped, even though I had a male kip. But even I didn't have a male kip. And I just didn't notice. Now I'm not sure.
That fight can only really troll you badly if you get attract and troll yourself with the attract.
Yeah,
this next fight is
50% chance for heteronormativity to ruin your day. But it is actually faster to have a male kip there, even though attract sucks, because breaking through attract is way better than the moves that it's going to use otherwise. Because it also has Sing, which sucks, and has Double Slap, which takes forever.
Speaking of things that suck,
this Lanoon. Lanoon killed me the other day. Please
Fury
stop.
Swipes is actually good turn 1.
No, it's not.
As long as it doesn't do this. I mean, as long as it doesn't hit 5
It's still
times.
coveted. So I still have to heal now. It's bad.
Yeah, so this is what you don't want. You really want to get that Bulldoze off before Covet, because Covet takes the soft sand away from you for the rest of the battle. And that damage boost means you can't get the 2-shot.
Use bestow. That actually doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, sometimes it uses bestow to give it back to you, which is weird.
This isn't even the accuracy room. This room sucks. I hate this Lanoon.
Alright, there we go.
So this is actually where we're supposed to level up here. So we're kind of like back where we expect at this point.
Cool. We turned
It's
on
also
rock
the
slide
only place where
there.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Rock slide's a good move, but we don't need it.
If I die by 1 health, I'm gonna cry, but I won't, so it's fine.
You won't. No, you're fine.
Like, there's no way
You
that's
said
the
you had
case
good
with these
defense,
stats. 28, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not. Why am I saving for this? You can't die in this fight if you do it right. So I shouldn't have
As long as you
saved
don't
there.
press the wrong move, you cannot die. Yes.
I just forgot which room I was in. So yeah, this fight looks the scariest, but is by far the safest because this is the it uses a dire hit turn 1, which boosts its critical chance. It uses moves that have high crit chance, so it's very likely to crit you. But by the third turn, we always outspeed it. So even if we get like the crit's not going to kill us. Oh, we used revenge. Weird. So even if we get crit, we're fine.
And again, yeah, if this was double crit damage like the older gens, we would always lose here.
Yeah, we would have to do something else for this gym and probably be bad.
You'd probably go. I don't know if you can avoid this room. I don't remember the layout of this
You
gym.
can because there's 2 doors, aren't there?
I don't know if they like loop back around or anything. I don't know.
I also don't know.
I know.
Isn't there another door on the other side? You can kind of see it.
Yeah. I don't think they loop back around in Sapphire Emerald. I never tried in Alpha Sapphire when we were Ruby.
Interesting.
So yeah, this is our dad.
This is our bad dad.
Not wearing shoes or socks.
Yeah.
Hilly sideburn.
Norman is a jerk. If he crits us, we usually die. Not always, but often.
Yeah, the fight's pretty interesting because again, as I mentioned before, the strat is always like set up and then sweep. And a lot of the times you need to lead with their worst Pokemon, but he leads with a Slacking and then a Vigoroth and then a Slacking.
It's not his best Slacking, but
it is not his best.
This fight's just mean. I actually got the second Slacking didn't revenge me yesterday. It used Swagger, which is a fun thing that it sometimes does, and I've seen twice. Ever.
Slacking has an ability called Truant, which is very unique in Pokemon. He's a very powerful Pokemon, does a lot of damage, but every other turn he does literally nothing. He's not allowed to like do another hit or take any action. So we take advantage of that here. And it can kind of annoy us or like make us waste an extra turn because we kind of have to sync up when we heal this sleep with when his attack cycles are. Because you don't want to wake up, attack him, and then he puts you back to sleep or with a yawn because then you have to wait it out. May's
been
gonna
very
set
nice,
up
actually. 4.
And even with all these X attacks, still not going to one-shot some things.
He only encored me. That's very nice of him.
Yeah, no damage is shocking. So yeah, timing it so that you heal when Slacking attacks. So you do the Bulldoze on the Truant turn, and now you outspeed it.
Just so he doesn't yawn you again?
Bulldoze again. Actually, I think you outspeed anyway, right? Even without the Bulldoze?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just we don't get yawned.
Yeah,
Because it does take 2 turns to kill. So this is weird, because I don't have to heal here. Okay, so that was like the perfect Norman. That was really good. The bad fights have been going well here, and the good fights have been going not well. So yeah, that fight is another notorious fight. If you get crit in that last turn, you are always dead no matter what move it uses.
Yeah, Retaliate is terrifying because it just does double damage because
140 base power stab move.
Yeah, because you
turn.
just killed another Pokemon on the team on the previous turn. That's the requirement, right? For the double damage?
Yep. Yeah, that was the ideal Norman. You can actually save a turn of setup. In this case, the only thing that would be better is the only Norman that would be better than that is if I had the ability to do the 3-turn setup Norman and then broke out of sleep. So this is the second best possible Norman. So we are done. Well, that's not true. We have one more Mudkip fight.
Yeah, we're basically done with Mudkip, and we're actually going to give him a water move now. Finally, after an hour.
How much is
that we're not going to be using?
How much of that is because like a lot of the water moves are special?
A lot. Also, we just got Surf.
Yeah, and there's just not that many water moves that are good that are available to you in early game. If we get like Waterfall early, then sure.
That'd be sick, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't talk either about like why Mudkip over other starters, and the answer is similar to Sapphire Emerald, where just the gym structure in this game, in this gen, is so favorable for Mudkip over the other starters. It's actually insane. Because water ground counters basically everything, except for Brawly, of course. But in all the gyms we use it, and it's basically as good as it gets. Like, outside of like, I don't know, Combuskin on Norman would be pretty good, I guess. But not having to worry about like Roxanne, Watson being a complete joke, Flannery being a complete joke is just way too good. And
there is
a lot of other benefits to it.
There's a torture grid of this game. It is extremely rough early.
Yeah.
Because you have to fight every possible optional trainer to get enough experience to actually be able to beat Roxanne.
Yeah, that's the problem is like Torchic has to become Combuskin pretty much to beat Roxanne. And Trico is a grass type, and grass types suck.
I don't know if y'all like doing predictions, but if you do predictions for GDQ, a good prediction is, will this Latias be good?
It will be good, because this is a marathon run and nothing bad can happen.
Bad things have already happened. I had to heal twice on Wilton.
But you had a good Norman. It's fine.
It was a very good Norman.
There you go. Will May be happy with this Latias?
Oh, that's not what you should have put, because the answer is almost certainly no. That's not true. It could, it could be good.
That would be the same if I said, will it be good?
Well, no. Will I be happy with it? If it dies, I'm not happy.
No, just like the
so
stats.
You see this blue shiny Latias that we have right here? We don't get that one. That'd be too nice.
This is only reserved for the true Omega Ruby gamers.
So my notes right here for non-marathon say, and I quote, if Latias' special attack is 21 or lower, neutral or negative nature, reset and cry. So keep that in mind. Because we have to do there's a backup strat that loses about like a minute. And for PB attempts, I just reset, which is really fun because it's an hour and a half into the run.
Yeah, and before we get our free Latias, we have to do a little double battle. Nothing too scary, and Steven is a slightly better partner than Brendan.
It's another fight where you can hit yourself in confusion, so it can go badly.
Yeah, fortunately, even if like you die, Steven can usually finish off the fight for you. So usually it's fine.
So a fun thing about Gen 6 and above is that all legendaries and all Pokemon actually in the legendary egg group have 3 guaranteed perfect IVs. And even that is not enough to make this part good.
Yeah, I'm going all in on May being happy with this Latias.
I have lost so many very, very good paced runs, including one that was on pace with the Omega Ruby record, to just having an unrunnable Latias nature. I am confused. Great. Ooh, that's good at least.
Alright, chat seems to think that you're going to be happy with the Latias.
Believers.
Chat is full of fools. Okay, I broke out my confusion, so that's good.
Yeah, Matang is really nice for just dealing with this stuff, because he's actually a competent Pokemon, unlike Slugma.
That's not dead? I can't even... It's gotta be like 1 health. Okay, good bullet punch, Matang, you did it. So that was not very good, but it was good enough.
I feel like Steven has like smart AI than Brendan does.
Steven's pretty smart.
Yeah.
He'll sometimes do weird stuff, but he's generally pretty good. Do we want to look at the Latias stats before or after a break?
Do we want to leave chat in suspense?
That's up to you. I don't want to be responsible for that, so...
Okay, let's do it then.
Okay. So then, when we fly back, we can go to break.
Yeah, and one thing to note too with legendaries in this game is that this is one of the gens where every legendary has 3 guaranteed max IVs. So basically 3 stats are guaranteed to be good, but they can also not be good still.
I explained that.
Oh, well, I'm explaining it again.
Wow. Wow.
Etchy not listening to me.
Classic.
I'd listen.
Y'all don't know the level of willpower, by the way, it's taking to not sing along to this game the whole time. I do it constantly when I run it. So now, Latios brings us back, and we say goodbye to Latios forever. The true tragedy is that Latios is powerful, and Alpha Sapphire actually needs that more than Omega Ruby does, because we don't fight any fire types, and we're gonna use Surf a lot. It sucks. And... oh, we can't look at it yet. Hold on.
We can look at it.
No, we have to wait till after the break.
Okay.
I thought. Wait, are we doing it now or not?
I thought we were doing it now.
I misunderstood. Okay. Wait. Okay,
I'm gonna be behind. I'm not gonna be able to know.
Wait, did I give it a person? Yeah, I did, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you did.
So I totally misunderstood you. I thought we were doing it after. All right. So I hate it here.
Oh.
I hate it
Not
here.
great.
No, it's quite bad. Well, it's not the worst. It is. It's not a reset Mudkip or Latias. Wait, why does it say? No, stop. This is. It's 31 IVs are in attack, useless, special attack, thank God, and speed, which is actually good. But it is a minus special attack nature. So I am not happy with this. This is a bad Latias.
Yeah, Latias, kind of stinky, but...
And now I am on pause. Pause it!
Alright, so like you saw if you tuned in to our Pokemon Sword run with May 2 weeks ago, actually, here on Hotfix for these longer runs, we like to take wellness breaks, encourage everybody to take care of themselves, get up, stretch, refill your water. I need to refill my water, for one. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with more Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Stay tuned, and of course, we would appreciate it if you would consider subscribing, because Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We're doing our bonus stream here for Flame Fatales. We've got 2 runners who were on the backup list for Flame Fatales, didn't make it on the schedule. We already did Kirby's Dreamland 2. We're partway through Alpha Sapphire here with Corvame. And of course, Flame Fatales raised over $125,000 for Malala Fund. It was absolutely fantastic. If you missed any of it, you can go to our YouTube, youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. All the VODs should be up at this point. A lot of great stuff, including some fun times with May on commentary, who's running this game here for us.
Hello. That's me.
We just experienced some disappointment together, but
that's what this game is.
We'll try to get through it. But just as a quick reminder, here on Hotfix, we would really appreciate it if you would consider subscribing, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. And you can find out more information about Hotfix at GamesDoneQuick.com/Hotfix. But whenever you're ready to continue, why don't you give us a countdown? 3,
2, 1, go. So this Latias is quite bad. There's a 4 in 25 chance of getting a minus special attack nature, so it happens to me about 60% of the time. That sounds like an exaggeration, and it probably is, but boy howdy has been happening a lot to me lately.
Even though it's 31 IV, it's still not great. Like 10% is a pretty big hit.
So May shared this in Discord, which was her server alert saying that we were going live with this run, predicting the minus special attack. so...
Oh my god, I hate... That said, even if you get... It's so bad. Even if you get a good Latias, doesn't mean the section's actually good. I got the best Latias of my life during the Pokemon Speedrunning Diversity Marathon, and I still died.
Yeah, so a lot of really dumb things that can happen. I think, like, Vampire is really stupid.
Vampire is really bad.
And that's one section where Omega Ruby is just straight up nicer. So yeah, so did we talk too much about like stat differences between Latios and Latios?
No, I don't think we mentioned it at all.
Yeah, so the reason why Latios is good and Latios is bad is that where Latios shines more in defensive stats, Latios shines more in offensive stats, and defense pretty much never matters in Pokemon speedruns because you want to do more damage, and that makes fights easier and better. And the fact that Latios has bad special attack compared to Latios means everything is worse. Literally everything is worse.
A extremely good Latios is about comparable to a middling Latios.
Yeah. And that's what makes Omega Ruby a much more consistent run, especially for this mid-game section.
Also, the Pokemon
your run
fight are
isn't
nicer,
torpedoed
but...
immediately by a bad Latios. Now, if it's like 0 IV minus special attack, you're gonna cry. But
like Omega Ruby, you get to this part and you're like, all right, it's time to chill out. Nice, cool, cool, cool. Alpha Sapphire, it's like, the fun's just begun. Please paralyze, good.
Did I say Latios shines?
No, you said offensive for Latios.
Okay. Shelty's
I
trying to suck me
heard
out.
you correct that time. I think Shelty's just messing with you.
Just get into me. The pressure. You can dodge a trainer just by walking around, which is pretty cool. And
you can also sit in the chairs if you didn't know that, which loses time. This can go badly. Hopefully it doesn't. Ice Fang hurts. We can get frozen.
Yeah, this is the dumbest part of Alpha Sapphire compared to Omega Ruby, or one of the dumbest parts besides the Latios itself, is that you have to deal with things that have Ice Fang, namely Sharpedos, whereas Omega Ruby just deals with camera-ups and you just surf and they die. It's really stupid, because Ice Fang does a ton of damage to Latios.
Did I crit there? Thank goodness. That is only a 100% two-shot at 14 plus, by the way. 14 plus positive nature.
So, my question is, since you mentioned that Latios is a fake legendary, does that mean Latios is a real legendary, Latios is not?
Yes.
Latios is like a fake Mon that people make fan art of to pretend and wish it was a real Pokemon. It's like a Digimon.
Latios isn't real. Its stats can't hurt me.
Oh, we get a Castform here, a free Pokemon. Yeah. They just keep throwing Pokemon at us in this section of the game for some reason.
Which is actually useful because it comes with a Mystic Water.
Yeah, that's actually what it's most useful for. We do use it in battle, but it's just a body.
Well, yeah.
It dies usually. But yeah, the Mystic Water is another held item similar to Soft Sand and Silk Scarf, but instead it boosts your water type damage. And again, because we have Surf, Mystic Water is actually pretty useful, because we don't really have anything better to throw out to Latios here. Also, Mystic Water nice for Kyogre, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mystic Water is very useful for this whole run, actually. It's very nice that they just give us one for free.
Yeah. For Groudon, for example, you would use a Soft Sand on it for the most part, outside of like Mega Orb. Primal Orb, whatever it's called. Blue-red Orb. So yeah, Brendan doesn't realize we have a legendary Pokemon now. He's in for a shocker with his level 31 Slugma. One thing to note too is there's like weather on this route on some dates. It's like every 4 days this route is clear, and you don't want it to be raining here.
It loses 2 seconds. It's not the end of the world. I forget to set the clock half the time.
It just like lags the game too, which is annoying.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but like it's not like, oh, it's crap, it's raining here, I have to reset because the water is gonna kill me. It's just a little bit slower. Oh, cool.
Ooh.
I got the water pulse confused.
Classic.
Oh, this game.
Come on, Latias, you can do this.
This game.
Oh my gosh.
I love how after you got the confusion, it swapped to the split screen of just Whalmer grinning at you. It's like, I know what I did.
Yeah, the battle.
So
came in
yesterday,
great.
I had a run. It wasn't a great run, but it was good enough. I had a good Latias too, and it died to get hitting itself twice in confusion twice. And I set myself in confusion 3 times in a row, so this is a really good start. That is the worst Brendan 3 of my life.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of the most consistent fights in the run, typically.
Yep. Well, admittedly, worst Brendan 3 of my life so far.
Yeah. That was supposed to be one of the better fights of the Latias section. So.
Well, currently the
Yeah.
trend is the easy fights are going bad.
True,
So-
true. Yeah, we're continuing in that.
This is actually a really good like showcase of all the weird ways fights can go bad in this game, and none of the normal things that actually make you pull your hair out when you play this game. Like, oh, Hideki was easy. That's Alpha Sapphire, right? No.
So we want to go fight Winona, but we have to do this little side
We did
quest
our Mega Marsh Stompite. Or Swampert.
Very important for our Marsh Stomp. Oh wait, have we talked about Mega Evolutions at all? Because that's going to be relevant soon.
I don't think
They're
so.
a thing in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, Megas are in this game. Remember Megas? They're like Dynamax, but different.
They're like Dynamax, but worse.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I actually like the Dynamax designs as a rule more than the Mega designs. Except for Mega Stable Eye, which I would die for.
The Mega concepts are cool. The Mega designs are like 90% of them are awful.
Yeah, they're like, we made it sharper.
I hate Mega
Except
Latios
Mega
and
Stable Eye,
Latias so
which I
much.
love so much.
Yeah, the big
You,
thing
you
about
might be asking, why would we not just like Mega Latios every single fight? Or like Mega Groudon Kyogre later every single fight? And the answer is because it's really slow.
Super slow.
You get a super long animation, even with the animations turned off. Similar to Dynamaxing and Sword Shield. Like, if it wasn't really slow, you'd want to do it probably all the time, but it's really bad.
Doesn't Mega like also change the Pokemon in a significant way more than just
That's
like
not what I wanted
more
to do.
stats like
There we
Dynamax?
go.
Sometimes it can, yeah. It kind of depends on the Mega. But yeah,
Because I know
Yeah.
some
Madness
Pokemon
Water.
even like changes their typing when they Mega, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's relevant because we're actually going to see a bunch of Mega Pokemon later. A lot of like scarier boss type enemy trainers in the run are going to have a Mega evolution for their Ace. And you'll see it a lot in the Elite Four as well.
The stupid circle pad
Well, you'll see it.
rubber came off again.
Yeah.
It's the hardest part about me running this game. My messed up 3DS. My 3DS is so messed up. And running this game has only made it worse because the mashing is so weird that now the side of my 3DS is indented, and it's great.
That TM's Grass Knot. And we actually don't get that in Mega Ruby, but Latias needs it because you're fighting so many water types. Grass Knot's pretty useful.
The best thing about Grass Knot is it is a contact move, and all of the shark Pokemon have rough skin, which just takes a lot of time.
Yeah, Grass Knot's a special move, but it's also a contact move, which is very silly. Oh, also, one thing that just happened there was repels. Did we talk about repels being the way they are in this game?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so starting in Black and White 2, they introduced a system with repels where you can refresh it whenever it runs out. If you have more
Did
of them,
Black
it
and
asks
White
if you
1 not
want to
have
keep
that?
using it. No, it didn't. No.
Oh my god, Black and White 1 sucks. Okay. Sorry,
It
Stick.
does.
Sorry.
But yeah, so it makes more, even though like we're just not going to have like encounters for a while here. Like you obviously don't need to repel in the gym. It just makes sense to keep refreshing because it's just faster, and we just buy a bunch because we have plenty of money because of the Comet Shard we picked up forever ago.
Because it saves having to open up the menu, right?
Exactly, yeah. Menuing is actually pretty slow in this game, and it can lag a lot of things out.
Yeah. It's not like Gen 8 slow, but not good.
Yeah, one of the dumbest things with menuing is like if you menu and exit the menu, you can't fly right away. You have to wait. But this is Winona.
Please?
This spell is annoying because it likes to use double team, but we're going to set up and then hopefully hit it. Please don't double team too much.
I will simply hit.
Simply hit.
Chat
Easy.
is super doubting you right now, Etchy. about Black and White 1?
Wait, about what?
Actually ran Black and White 1 pretty recently, so I actually would trust him on that one.
Yeah, I've literally every time I bring this up, people are I get doubted and questioned, and I promise you, it does not.
Oh, I believe you. I'm just telling you that chat's doubting you.
Yeah. No, I'm used to this. This happens literally every time. It's very silly, but I'm glad they added it at least. It makes Black and White 2 a lot more. Black and White 2 just has like a lot more quality of life features that are really nice. Don't need recover.
Think about how many fights I could live.
Recover would be. What if like recover healed confusion too? That'd be pretty good. I'd use it.
What if you had to like break through confusion to use it, and it would heal confusion if you got through? Just like the worst.
That would
of
not
both
be
worlds.
as useful, I think.
No, if I could just heal confusion on command, God, I wish. Ignore the fact that I have full heals.
Oh yeah, full heals, yeah.
I feel like that's how they would implement it.
Wait,
Did
did you just
confusion?
brute force on the Brendan fight for no reason then?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? What? It's a 50% chance. I didn't expect it to get the 1 in 8.
Is it 50 in this gen?
Yes.
Okay. When did they lower it? Gen 8?
Gen 8.
Okay.
That's why Swagger is like the worst move in Gen 8. It's so terrible. Yeah. This is just a fun movement section. I like the section a lot. Hey, it's raining now.
In Gen 8, you're only 1/3 chance to hurt yourself in confusion, which is much nicer.
Confusion's actually a really bad status effect in Gen 8. It's not particularly useful.
And yet, how many runs have died to confusion, May? Curious.
My runs?
My runs.
Oh, your runs? I don't know.
A lot.
Well, you've also run a lot of runs.
That's true.
So it makes sense that 30% of them died of confusion.
So getting a free heal here, which is really nice, and then we're going straight to Mount Pyre. One thing that's different from Sapphire and Emerald is that, like, in those games, you actually go straight to Lily Cove first, just to unlock it as a fly point, and then you come back to it later and fly to it. But we actually get to Lily Cove for free without ever visiting it, so you don't have to like go over there, and we never go that way on that route ever.
Thought I was going to hit that that dust pile encounter. I don't know the proper term for it.
I don't either. Did we talk about how that can happen?
My PB does it. I ran into a Pelipper.
Yeah,
lost
that
45
can happen.
seconds.
You've probably seen that a lot in this run already, like when May's running through grass and now in water as well. When you're running in the grass, it can pretty much never happen because it always despawns it before you actually get to it, or just instantly despawns as you're running. In water, you're not running, so you can just hit it.
And it's actually really easy to do on Kyogre, because Kyogre has a faster surf speed.
Is Kyogre like bigger too? It looks bigger.
It might be.
Wait, Kyogre?
Yeah, I just barrel right into a Pelipper on my PB.
Yeah, Kyogre gets a massive advantage here because it just surfs faster. Alpha Sapphire is just easier.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
sounds
pretty
like better
cute,
game
though.
of
You
the
get to
two.
see riding the Kyogre. The what?
I said it sounds like the better game of the two. You surf faster.
Exactly.
That's a free
Speaking
time
of how this
game,
game's
right?
better, this part sucks tremendously.
Terrible. Yesterday I died in the second guy because I got swaggered and then hit myself with confusion twice. Because you don't really have a good chance to just heal off the confusion because you'll just get confused again. So you kind of just have to fight through it. It's bad.
Yeah, the Team Alpha admin here is just a really dumb fight too, and it's like one of the only times where it might just be straight up better to swap a lot and hope for the best.
Well, I don't have to swap at least for this one.
That's good, yeah. It's
That's
just like
not the
bad
right
speed.
move.
So.
Ugh.
Mightyana's can be pretty scary in this game. I don't know if this Mightyana has it, but at least some of them, like Kirby, have this ability called Quick Feet, which basically if you paralyze it, it doubles its speed or something, or just like increases its speed. So you might paralyze it and it suddenly outspeeds you and you're just scared.
You're supposed to use I'm gonna save for all these. It's rough out here. You're supposed to use Surf twice, but I misclicked, so that's why that was a 3-turn. It's also possible Surf wouldn't have 2-shot there because this is not a very good Latias.
It's really good at saving super fast in this game. Like in a couple seconds each save.
It just really sucks that we... Oh, please. Please. Alright, it begins!
Uh-oh.
Thankfully, I have a 31 attack IV. Oh my god!
Oh, it actually just went for double swagger. Incredible. It would have been amazing.
I think I just lose. I'm pretty sure I lose. Oh my god.
Yeah, embargo's really bad there.
Oh. Alright,
Yep.
so I've now hit myself in confusion 7 times in a row.
Embargo is one of the scariest moves in this game.
It's good on these fights, normally. If an embargo is turn 1 here, you're like, heck yeah, that's
Exactly.
great.
Turn 1 is great. Anything later?
Wait,
not
I already
really.
killed you. Did I heal already? I hope so. I love this game. This is my favorite speedrun, and I actually do mean that. Can you believe it? How crazy is that?
Keep sucking up to the game so it doesn't kill you again. Keep going.
Thank you for dealing damage instead. Now it's free. I can't believe I just hit myself in confusion 4 times there. It gave me so many outs, and Latias was like, no. I choose to die. Poison me. Dang it. Poison's actually good here. It means we can't get frozen on the next fight. I'm not going to go for the surf range here because it's really bad. I usually would, but... what am I doing? Healing. And then we're going to teach Grass Knot.
Very important.
All my cursors are messed up now, which is cool. This is our first map battle. This is the worst of the 2 map battles.
Yeah.
Technically 3 map battles, but first one doesn't really count.
Yeah, Ice Fang's really scary.
What do you mean by map
Ice Fang
battle?
is really... So this is 100% range. Wait... It's 100% range at level 34. I don't remember what it is at level 33. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
You saved, it's fine.
Yeah. Usually this is the part of the game where I'm just really sad. So there's actually a strat if we're outsped where we lead. We should be okay. Yeah, we're fine. Where we lead. Don't freeze me. Okay. Yeah. There's a strat where we lead. If we get outsped by Sharpedo, we have to. It will Ice Fang us twice, and that'll kill us. So we need to be faster than at least 1 turn. So if we get outsped, which is pretty common, we will actually switch Marsh Chop into slot 1, use Bulldoze, and then switch out. It's very slow relative to just having a fast Latias and not having to do that, but it does mean you can actually win the fight, which is cool. We're gonna get the red orb here, which lets us quell the beast.
The wrong orb.
I know.
Playing.
But now I can make Groudon Primal Groudon.
Why did the screen turn blue when you grab red orb?
'Cause it's 3D, and that's what 3D glasses look like.
Oh, snap.
I know.
It's actually a good answer. What the heck? I don't have a response to that.
Alright, so I need to teach Fly.
Free little rare candy there.
You can skip that rare candy. Some people don't actually grab it very much. I grab it very regularly because I get bad Latiases every day of my life. Yeah, that's all I need to do. So this is the thing that Etchy was talking about where you have to wait a million years in order to fly. We're gonna do some shopping here.
This part is kind of a little bit of backtracking, but once this part's done, we can get a free boat ride to Lily Cove. And this is the last shopping we're gonna do.
Yep.
Unless something bad happens. Getting a bunch of X items. I don't think I talked about guard specs. The guard specs can be very important later. Basically, just you use it and your stats can't be lowered for the next 5 turns. For any Pokemon you have out in battle in that 5 turns. So you can like guard spec and then switch out to another Pokemon and the guard spec's still up.
You technically only need 11 max repels here, but I buy 12 just to be safe. It doesn't actually, it loses like a frame. And we have the money, so whatever.
Yeah, you're loaded
I ran out
here.
once. I ran out in my PB and just got lucky, so I don't want to risk it anymore. We're gonna fight Zinnia here. She's not important in this run. Sorry, Ward.
There is a Elite Four Round 2 category of this game, where you do the post-game Delta episode, where Zinnia is one of the characters, and you do a bunch of extra story content. You catch a Rayquaza, fight Deoxys, etc., and then you fight the Elite Four again. It's a pretty long category because the post-game content takes forever because it's like 90% cutscenes.
I don't like the post-game category in this game.
Yeah, but
there are a lot of runners who think it's more fun, and I think they're wrong. I think the post-game category for this game is really boring. It's cool. There's a lot of cool, like, I think the Delta episode is cool, but I think speedrunning it is just doing errands.
Yeah, it's a lot of like flying, cutscene, fly, cutscene.
Yeah.
Run, cutscene.
Cool. Well, now I regret not saving.
Please, Latos. Please.
I have the revive, so we should be okay, but...
That's true, yeah. We have the revive from literally over an hour ago. It can finally come into play here. Did you buy more or just have the one?
I just have the one.
Okay.
Because I forgot to buy more. I took it out of my notes a while ago, because it's like, I'm not going to buy revives for PBs. I'll just reset. That's the true meaning of Alpha Sapphire anyways. So this, I'm actually going to heal here because it is a real bad range. Yeah, this game still has the better hyper potions, doesn't it?
And this just kind of highlights what I was mentioning earlier, like we're an equally level legendary versus a Goldat, and it's still terrifying. Like,
well,
just because they have a legendary doesn't mean it's easy.
This is usually okay. This is not actually a scary fight. I just got crit by the Mighty Ina.
Yeah, I just mean like it's not free.
Yeah.
You don't just like one-shot everything because you're a legendary. And it's not great.
Gladius's typings is actually pretty bad for this whole section.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate that's Dragon for all the Ice Fangs.
Yeah. We're gonna fight. This is now the worst. This is the worst Brennan fight in the game coming up, in my opinion. There is a strategy that is a little bit slower that you saw. I picked up that PP Max earlier and used it on Miss Ball, which makes this fight a little bit nicer. Actually, I think the PP Max strat's actually pretty good. No, just full restore. That was a strat that was created by the world record holder, Supermain, who was like, you should try this. And I was like, whoa, this actually rules. It makes this fight way less crappy than it was, because what we used to do is we used to fly and then use Miss Ball, but Grovyle has detect, so if it detected your fly, you just got stuck in a loop, and then you would often die, and it was real bad. So instead, you go barely out of your way to pick up an item, which is about 3-4 seconds, and you add the item, or you use the item, which is about another 5 seconds. So you lose about 10 seconds, but in exchange, this fight isn't just horrible.
This fight's another fight that is nicer when you have a Latios versus a Latios. Once again, leading a Swallow. Hopefully it just cooperates and you can move on to the next poke. There you go. You have not struggled with double team at all this run.
I have this Latias is good accuracy at base. God, that doesn't do half.
Ooh.
Can I stop being crit, please? I should have bought more hyper potions, apparently.
You have 2 already? What happened?
Have you seen how bad it's been going?
I was gonna say, you've seen what happened, actually.
Oh my god! It's been like 30. It's been like 20 minutes. You've used 10 hyper potions. That's so sad.
Yeah. I've run out here before. Just so you know, Etchy.
Huh?
I've run out of hyper potions on what's her name? Winona.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's not possible.
Yeah.
That's illegal.
So even though I had to heal there, that is still better than the fly strat. That's a pretty bad Brendan 4. Sometimes I'll just detect, and then I'll keep trying to detect, and then I'll fail to detect. There's just a lot of ways Brendan 4 can go, and they're all pretty bad.
So, you use 3 different Pokemon. Is Grovyle a problem for all 3?
We don't, wait, hold on. Alright, so a lot of those,
You won't see Grovyle with Koger, at least.
This is actually the last time we fight Brendan until the post-game.
Okay.
It's weird. They're kind of front-loaded a lot. Brendan 5 is the last fight, technically, of the run. We're not going to do it here, and that's the one we intentionally lose. And if you let Grovyle, it would actually be great, because we die faster, but he doesn't. Well, it'd be weird, because... It'd be weird. But yeah, he doesn't. So we never see Grovyle again. Say goodbye to Grovyle. So this is the Aqua headquarters. This is a fun part because for whatever reason in the 2 games, the layouts are flipped. And if you're an Alpha Sapphire runner, looking at the Omega Ruby one is extremely disorienting and vice versa.
Yeah, it's not only that they're flipped, but trainers are in different locations like
It's
completely
super weird.
as well. So there's like different spinner passes and whatnot.
But coming up is your reward for running Alpha Sapphire, and it is the tree.
The tree?
The tree.
Also more, I alluded to this like almost 2 hours ago, where I was like, sometimes when you talk to things, and it points you where you're actually trying to talk to, and it's actually good. And we're going to talk to a tree here, and it's going to give us a Master Ball.
Thanks, tree. In Omega Ruby, you have to like pick up an item, and then you have to look diagonally, or else you have to fight a Volt or an Electrode, and it sucks. But in Alpha Sapphire, we just talk to a tree, and it gives us a Master Ball. And that is your reward for playing Alpha Sapphire instead of Omega Ruby, is that you get to talk to a tree.
Yeah, and we need this Master Ball to catch Kyogre. We don't just get him for free like Latias. There's no other really easy way to catch them because legendaries are really hard to catch.
It's true. You could just YOLO ball it, but
you could.
So yeah, I just talk to the tree, and I get a Master Ball.
There you go. It's that easy.
Oh, I see. So that skips having to pick up one of the other items to get to it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, in Omega Ruby, you can also skip it, but you might risk talking to an Electrode if you're not careful, whereas it's impossible to mess this up.
You could look down, I guess. Then you're not actually talking to the tree, so what are you even doing? My name is the Lorax. I speak to the tree.
Just the one.
Just the one.
The tree.
Coming up, we're going to have the hardest fight in the game. which is our level 36 Latias, is going to fight 5 level 18 Puchianas. And hopefully this goes well.
I had a fun time with this fight when I first did my Alpha Sapphire attempts. I finally got to run this far after doing a bunch of Omega Ruby runs. And I was like, yes, awesome. And then my game loaded this entire fight and then just crashed immediately. And every time I load this fight, it crashes. That card is like broken now. Because this game is more than usual for like the system to handle. And you'll see why in a second.
Yeah, so something they added to this game is called, what are they called exactly?
Horde battles.
Horde battles? Yeah, I can't remember if it's Swarm or Horde. Which is really cool, and I think it was a cool thing they added that the 3DS cannot handle, because the 3DS can barely handle double battles in this game. We crit one of them, wow, we won, and that's all of the dogs are now gone.
So sad, they just do their death cries one at a time, and
they
like
really draw it out.
And fun fact, if you run the Elite Four Round 2 category, you could get the same fight, but with 5 Mighty Enos.
Which is really bad in I'm gonna heal here. I'm gonna save this fight. Can't go bad if I get frozen. It's actually really bad in Omega Ruby Round 2 because all the Mighty Enos have Intimidate. If I remember correctly.
That's hilarious.
You don't care on Kyogre, but I think they all might proc individually too.
Remember, yeah, I did one Round 2 run. I don't remember nothing from it. It was like 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago.
It's possible Round 2 is more fun on Omega Ruby. I don't know. I'll never play Omega Ruby, so who knows?
Never.
So I bought a copy just so I could try to get a time on the leaderboard, and then I was convinced that I should just become the only true Alpha Sapphire runner.
No, you'll never experience
here I am.
true happiness. All right, if May wins this fight, you have to follow twitch.tv/CorvMay.
Yeah.
I won the fight.
Those are the rules.
Those are the rules. I don't make the rules.
So that fight sucks because Ice Fang has a chance to freeze and to flinch, both of which are very bad, and they just mean we lose. And lucky that didn't happen. If you have a good Latias, it's just a range to kill. That was a 2/16 range that I missed. Wait, yeah. And now we're gonna go fight Liza and Tate, is what they're called in this game.
Not Tate and Liza, like Sapphire Emerald, but Liza and Tate.
I'm gonna run out of full restores. It's gonna be bad. I have to buy more.
You're probably good until Elite Four.
Yeah. But I'll probably have to buy more in the Elite Four.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone who's currently following me. I have my dashboard pulled up on another monitor, and it's just popping off.
Conceited.
What? I hate this route because of that stupid sandbar. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the only annoying thing with surfing on this game is that it's really easy. Again, grid issues. It's really easy to just like land when you're not anywhere near the land.
Well, to be honest, it's been a hot minute since the run has gotten this far for me, so I was like, my PB actually, I did this, and if you do this, it talks to the guy. It doesn't do the little button, so I fought it optional. So I'm very unhappy with my PB. That and the Pelipper I barreled into.
Yeah, the spinners actually, and the trainers are pretty easy to dodge in this gym, as long as you don't talk to them. Like that one, he literally can't see you from that one tile. That
only one of them is an actual spinner we have to worry about.
Yeah. And it's a much faster and easier gym than like the Emerald Tate and Liza gym, which is a never-ending nightmare.
I almost spaced out and took the wrong path, and that would be an optional. Wow, 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 wow.
It makes a
This is
good
the Pac-Man gym. It makes the Pac-Man sound, and then there's also power pellets. So this fight is where we reward Mudkip for its service.
Oh no.
Thank you, Mudkip. You've taken us this far. And we're going to reward you with a nap. Yay!
A dirt nap?
That
A
sounds so
water
sad.
ground nap, actually. So it's a mud nap.
Sand nap.
I mean, I was gonna say, you know, Mudkip's a ground type now. Should be fine with dirt
Yeah.
naps.
Yeah. Hey, this Mudkip at least was spared the dumpster, so that's good. Not our first one.
So this fight's pretty interesting. It's just a Soul Rock and a Lunatone in double battle. And it can go a lot of really weird ways, and there's a lot of weird things that can happen. We'll see what actually happens, and I'll talk about them as they happen, but the magic of double battles is you can use X items on your partner Pokemon in this generation of Pokemon, so we're literally just going to buff Latias, spam Surf, and hope for the
This
best.
is actually the worst fight in Emerald, and is not a big deal in this game.
Yeah, it's completely free.
It's not completely free.
It's easy to lose time, it's hard to die.
Exactly, yeah.
Because what can happen here is stuff like hitting things into heal range at the wrong time. Sunny Day. Solar Beam can add some funkiness because it like prevents them from healing, which is like a good thing. Like Light Screen too, right? Yeah, Light Screen.
Yeah, light screen can happen.
So you cast
A little
Fornication.
weird
Sunny Day
stuff
happen in
happen.
this game? I don't remember.
What can happen? What?
Sunny Day? Do they Sunny Day?
They can Sunny Day,
I can,
pretty
yeah.
sure. I want to say... I think it's pretty rare, though. I don't know. It's bad. Or, it's bad in Emerald. It's, like, fine in this game. Because we can do it, we can buff our other Pokemon with our secondary.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have the potential to be kind of bad, I think. But they're really
that
slow.
feature is like a Gen 5 thing. In
Yeah.
Gen 4, Gen 3, you can't, like, buff up.
So for
You
Call
can
Out-
only buff yourself, basically.
Except for Call Out. My favorite text box of the game is coming up. I know it's a weird thing, but it's very funny. And that is watch it when Steven will run over and he'll say our name, exclamation point. And just look at I'll pause on the bubble for a second there. I think it's hilarious because the game just doesn't expect it to happen. We're also close to one of my least favorite fights in the game, but only me, because it doesn't go as badly for anyone but me. It's in about, we'll get there, it's about 8 minutes, but man, I hate that fight. So this is the one.
This is also where you get the dive HM, and we're going to take advantage of that right
Wait.
away.
Why did Groucho's exclamation point get deleted?
Oh,
That's what
because
Steven
there's
says.
there's a thing on Moobot where if you do too many quote-unquote fake bot commands, it'll time out you.
Oh.
So it thinks
Get
the
on,
double exclamation
Groucho.
point is a fake bot command, and people
Oh.
are just walking into the firing line and getting deleted on purpose.
That's very funny. I'm sorry to have misled you all.
Stop.
So Steven gives us dive. Yay. Did I even take damage in Latias? No, I didn't. We're going to teach dive. We're going to actually teach dive. The Marsh Tomp. Goodbye, Bulldoze. We now have 4 HMs on our Marsh Tomp. Thanks, Marsh Tomp. And we're going to dive on its dead body. Down to whatever the place that down here is called. I don't remember. It's a little atoll.
Sea Floor Cavern is my guess.
Sea Floor Cavern sounds right.
Always mix up
Ugh.
which place is which.
So do I. The tunnels. Now, even the caves I don't have super locked down. I don't know the names of things. I just know where to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, also you can just write anything before it and you're fine. Just don't start it with the exclamation point. I find it amusing that as soon as I explained it, like 10 more people walked in to get
Well,
Like-
yeah.
murdered by the bot.
Because now it's a challenge.
Exactly. Yeah.
This
Are you
part's
ready
just
for
like annoying.
scary
It's not
fight?
There are 2 bad fights here. These are actually both bad fights. One of them is just a grunt. The other one's Archie 2. Archie 2, I hate with all of my soul because we have to set up. We only need to set up for, well, okay, this Latias is really bad. We have to set up for a while, but we have to set up for a while. And his Mighty Anna knows a move called Embargo, which means we can't use items. And if we get embargoed, our run is dead. He rarely uses it for anybody besides me. I'm gonna save here, because this fight sucks. Sometimes. This guy can just kill you for no reason. The world record holder of this game has told me that it's happened to him twice. It has happened to me on about 15% of my runs that get this far.
So it's
which isn't like a
4?
No.
Got him.
I don't know. You've been talking about how most of your runs don't get this far, so
It happens to me about. It's probably happened to me about 9 times. That's maybe too many. I don't know. It happens to me a lot more than anyone else. It once happened to me like back when I was starting out, and I was saving before that fight. It happened to me twice in the same attempt. So if
Yeah, we
that
don't really know exactly why the AI chooses to go for it sometimes, but it's generally pretty rare.
If that Mighty Anna, by the way, chooses to attack you, this fight's actually really scary. I'm gonna heal here. Just because we were poisoned. I probably could have full healed there to save one, but... this part's just really awkward on the bike. As you can see by me just failing. The bike in this game is pretty good, but it does not like one-tile gaps very much. Because of the whole free movement thing. It just, like, you have to be pretty precise, and, like, I don't know, it's weird. The bike in this game is weird. So I'm gonna save for this, even though it's not super likely that we get embargoed, but it also wasn't super likely that I got the 1 in 32 7 times hitting myself in confusion, so... Or no, 1 in 64? Right?
I don't know. How many times?
7. Is that 1 in... Wait, no. That's 1 in 128, isn't it?
Yes.
I have a degree in computer science, so I should know this.
I also have a degree in computer science, and I'm a grad student. I can't do math.
Oh, poor naive Shoop, expecting me to have a good Latias. Alright.
Or predictable May. Getting a bad Latias.
The song's a bop, first off. Second off, we're going to set a guard spec, so because hopefully it's just going to scary face us the whole time while we set up. I'm going to use an X speed. I didn't get embargo, did I? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, good. 1. I'm going to set up a third one because this one's bad. We could have gotten away with not having it. Alright, and we're good. So, the reason why this fight is bad is that we need to be at least +1 to kill the Sharpedo, because it becomes Mega Sharpedo. If it was regular Sharpedo, we wouldn't have a problem. But because it becomes Mega Sharpedo, we can only kill with Grass Type at +1. We need to outspeed the Crobat, because the Crobat has Haze, which resets all of our combat stages. So we have to that's why we have to be able to set up, and if we do get embargoed, you can try to just wing the fight, but you're kind of just trying to set up on Crobat and hoping that it's going to be nice to you, and it's not going to be nice to you, so... That's how that fight's supposed to go. Easy. And that is the last fight we're going to do with Latias.
Woo!
So Kyogre
Free.
also would like to see plus special attack or plus speed. And we want very similar stats that we do to Latias. However, you can get away with a lot more if you have a bad Kyogre than with a bad Latias, because Kyogre is absurdly good. Its base special attack is extremely high, and unlike Groudon, its ability is actually useful. Not that Drought isn't useful, but Drizzle is much more useful on Kyogre than Drought is on Groudon, because it gets Stab. Yay, Funny Whale. Look at all of its tooths. I love Kyogre.
This is like our first cutscene break, basically, in the run. Oh, we got the one in Mosty, but this one's a little bit longer. And then later we get some real cutscenes.
You mean the slow pan across the dude's face earlier wasn't a cutscene?
It was like a what's like smaller than a cut, like a snip, a little snip scene.
I had to mash so it
A
doesn't
trim
count.
scene? I mean, if we're talking production terms, it'd be a fade scene instead of a cutscene.
I'm so glad we get good music in this game for this section.
Yeah, so there's different themes for this section between the two games, and the one for the rainy section is pretty catchy, and the one for Drought is awful.
Yeah, so the Groudon one is literally just like the same few notes repeated over and over again, whereas like the rain one's actually it's like a song.
A song. It's actually music.
like a jingle at least.
My favorite cutscene's coming up. Well, I have two favorite cutscenes. They're both coming up, but one's very soon to hear. Steven's gonna swoop in, and it's gonna be this extremely low polygon crow model, and I love it. I would die for this crow. I think about it every night.
I'm not surprised at all to hear this.
Listen. It's such a good crow model.
Is it a crow? Is it just bird?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a raven because it's very large, but...
Are there raven Pokemon?
What?
What Pokemon are ravens?
None. But like, look at the model. It's coming up
No,
right
but
now.
it can't. The model. It's a Pokemon though.
It's a
You can't
Corviknight. Look at that, okay?
That doesn't exist yet.
It's a Murkrow.
They
Look
didn't
at
invent
it.
those
I
yet.
love it.
Oh, that's great.
I love it. It's so good.
It looks like a fletchling.
Not really.
That's like a similar-ish body. Or Fletchinder, whichever one.
Fletchinder I could more see.
Yeah.
Fletchling's a bit beakier, I think.
Beakier.
Beakier.
I like they get the same crow animation twice in a row like that. Just one with Steven.
Yeah, I know.
one without Steven.
I know. We get it twice. It's fantastic.
I never like paid attention to that. What the heck?
This game's good. I've been telling you that the whole time. We're gonna go to Sutopolis, and then we're gonna do some more cutscenes. This is the part of the game where my hands tend to start to hurt, and this is the part of the game where we mash constantly. It's great. See, when they made this game, Game Freak was thinking about us speedrunners, clearly, as you could have seen the whole time. And they're like, oh, we'll put a nice donation break in for him.
And there's no donations for Hotfix, so we just talked about birds.
Well, I mean, I'll do that whatever you want.
I enjoy that the first run of tonight focused very heavily on a wonderful bird, and then we had
Yes.
Corviknight
Yes.
on. 'Cause
Everyone
Pooh
thinks
is a
that my
fantastic
name is a reference to Corviknight too. It's very funny.
Really? I think
I
we've
get
talked
people all
about
the
this
time-
before.
Yeah, I get people all the time being like, is your name a Corviknight reference? And I'm like, no, Corviknight is a May reference.
Corvids are great.
Yes. My beloveds. So Steven just kind of gives us his like slam poetry for a second there, and we're gonna go down into the Cave of Wonder. What's it called?
No, yeah, the Cave of Wonders. You're right.
It's not the Cave of... Is it the Cave of Wonders? No, that's Aladdin, right?
That's Aladdin, yes.
What is this thing called?
Our Marshamp's gonna steal the jewel and cause the cave to collapse on itself, and then we have to run away.
We're gonna go down to the Gigantamax Gengar and
What is this called? Ancient Ruins? Something?
No.
Sutopolis?
Cave of Origin.
Yeah.
Cave of Origin. Okay, I was close.
I couldn't tell if
So
it
I
was
gotta go
a
down to the
bit or
cave.
not.
Maxie's like, because we're in Alpha Sapphire, Maxie gets to be smug here and be like, Archie, you dumb idiot, how dare you make it rain for 1,000 years.
I know what Streamcore May would have said there.
I enjoy listening to May's like gears in her head.
I know, yeah.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I know you all think that I was trying to think of a word that wasn't a swear, but I was actually trying to think of a word that was a word. It wasn't like, you dumb goomby or something weird and random like that doesn't make any sense. And I couldn't remember any English words, which is maybe worse. Look, I can't swear on GDQ twice, okay? So I have to be careful. And, oh yeah, Brendan is also like, you're our best friend, and we're just like, I don't even know you.
Yeah, so they entrust you as a 10-year-old child to...
Yeah, but that's because you have the red orb.
Yeah, that's
somebody
a good
already
So they give you-
entrusted us, like...
They've entrusted you to put on a dive suit and ride a legendary Pokemon that is definitely thousands of years old and not safe.
This movement's deceptively hard because all of those ladders have a one-tile entrance, even though they look like they're 2 tiles wide, so if you're on the edge, you just won't go in.
I feel like sending a small child into a cave that's experiencing earthquakes by themselves is, maybe not the best play.
Maybe.
So now we have, so they gave us the special suit that we put the red orb into, and we get my actual favorite cutscene in the game, which is when we get to see baby Kyogre. Everyone doesn't know this, but there are 4 forms of Kyogre. It's a 4 evolution chain. It goes from man-type to Mantine to baby Kyogre to regular Kyogre. And we're about to see baby Kyogre.
I wasn't expecting 4.
It's the only 4-stage evolutionary line. People don't know that, but this cutscene right here, look at this tiny bean. I love them so much. Oh, they're so cute. Tiny Kyogre.
Oh my god, they're so small. What the
They're
heck?
so small.
The Omega Ruby one is not as cute, sadly.
Yeah. The Omega Ruby, but also the Omega Ruby cutscene is like way more intense.
Yeah. You're like going through lava with Groudon and stuff.
Yes, Groudon is actually Mega Sandslash. Just like how Kyogre is Mega Mantine.
Oh, I like that in chat. Shaped like
I've
a
actually
friend.
called Kyogre Mega Mantine for like a decade now, but I'm glad. Not quite, because these games, or XY didn't come out a decade ago, but it's been almost a decade, and I'm glad people are starting. By the way, we take off our spacesuit here for some reason. Or our dive suit.
Yeah, it's safe. That's fine.
We don't go to space till the post-game, so... Spoiler alert.
Alright, don't die.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough fight.
You're gonna see here. Kyogre is about to...
Primal Reversion.
Is that what it's called?
Primal Reversion.
Let me see.
It's not a mega evolution. That's different.
It is actually not considered a Mega Evolution.
I was gonna call it Digivolving, but I mean...
Okay. It televolves. I don't know what I forgot what the telephane
Yeah.
term is.
I think it's just evolution and teleping.
Is it? Ah.
Yeah.
Catch us when we do telething. Coming soon to a stream near you. We've been putting it off for a month or months now, but.
Are you gonna do primal version for that one fight that you talked about doing it for?
Yeah, probably.
You're not gonna.
We'll explain. We'll explain why. I've been burned too many times. I can't anymore. This is a tough fight. Primordial Sea is also a broken ability. Fun fact. It's not as broken as whatever Mega Rayquaza's is, which is the actual most broken ability in Pokemon ever. Maybe second. I guess Mega Kangaskhan might be more broken, depending on who you ask.
What is Mega Kangaskhan's ability?
You almost got the bad RNG there, May.
I did?
Start fight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a rainbow.
There's a 3-minute cutscene after this, but Mega Kangaskhan gets 2 moves. Just gets to go twice. But yeah, Mega Rayquaza gets Delta Stream, which makes it so you can't have weather, and it removes all of the weaknesses of flying type.
Oh my goodness.
It's very good. Which I think includes, I want to say it makes ice regular, not for. I don't remember if ice becomes 2 times or 0 times. It also has the highest base stats in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty good for the
base stat total.
You know, while there's this multiple minute break, this could be a great time for chat to stand up, stretch, drink some water, follow Corvamay on twitch.tv, follow Corvamay on twitch.tv, and drink some water. Right.
All moves that would be super effective instead deal neutral damage. And it's for everything in the fight, it's so broken. This is just a cutscene where we get to see all the people, and they're like, wow, it's not raining anymore. Hooray. This is the game's built-in bathroom break. Every Pokemon speedrun has one, or else Etchy wouldn't be able to run them. Hey, I'm at 700 followers. Thanks, y'all.
I wish... There are so many Pokemon games that I wish had bathroom breaks. It's so sad. But we're entering the non-poopy part of the run now, so that's cool. Like, we're gonna have fun now.
The question is Latias already in a trash can?
Unfortunately not, because it has fly.
Oh.
Dang.
Okay.
So, is this going to be a good Kyogre?
Oh, I should have done a prediction.
It's very hard to get a truly bad Kyogre. It can happen. I have seen a truly bad Groudon, and I think it is part of the reason why. I think it maybe drove Emre away from Pokemon forever. Because she did get a minus attack 0 IV Groudon in the Elite Four round 2.
Did you see the one Curly got on his PB?
Was it as bad?
It was as bad, yeah.
Oh my god.
It would have been world record.
I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was as bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
So yeah, somebody was on world record pace the other day and got a truly atrocious Groudon. And that's why they're second place, which I think they already were, weren't they? No.
I don't think so.
No? I don't know things about Omega Ruby. It's not a real game. I actually don't have that many hot takes about Omega Ruby. It's not like it's Gen 2.
What are your takes on Gen 2, Corvin?
No, we can't do this.
What do you mean?
Now we have the Eon Flute, so we can do the coolest thing in this game. We won't be doing it in this run. You only do it in 44 Megastones.
Why are you changing this topic, Corvin?
Did the world is it ready? The same joke during Pokemon Sword?
Yes, we did. It's my most infamous opinion. All right, chat thinks we're gonna get a good Kyogre.
The only reason Anne invites me to do commentary is because I agree with her on her Gen 2 takes.
I mean, it helps. Even though you're a dirty Gen 2 runner now.
So, what's your take on Gen 2?
It's mine?
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah! Yes.
I had to say that to bait out Corvamaze take. There we go.
Damn it. Nope, nope, no, no. Don't teach Latias. Ah! So that was actually the wrong menu, because I want to do this.
Menuing this game is really weird. You can, like, teach TMs and restore through the Pokemon
nice.
menu.
Neutral. Okay. Hold on, let me write. Normally I have
Echo.
chat give me my IVs, but I'm not gonna do that right now. That's the wrong stat. Hold on, I'm struggling real hard right now. Give me a second. 131 and 95. This is okay. This is all right. It's pretty good. It's not ideal.
Give us the
Is
rundown.
it neutral? It has. Okay, so for a marathon, this is fine. This is pretty bad for a actual PB attempt because of the Brandon 5 fight that we're not going to be doing, because this is a 31 HP, 31 defense Kyogre. Again, you want hold on, I forgot to equip the Mystic Water. You ideally want low HP and defense, high special attack, high speed. This is a 31 special attack Kyogre, so that is nice. It is a 22 speed, which is generally good enough. The only thing that it would be a problem with is for Glacia. If we weren't doing the strat that I'm going to be doing, because I refuse to do Glacia the fast way anymore, because I've lost 2 top 4 runs to it recently, and I'm just so done with it. I cannot. Oh,
How will chat know how bad it is if you don't show them?
Well, nothing bad's actually, like, nothing regular bad has happened on this run, Etchy.
This is the ice puzzle. You don't want to fall here, and this is why May saved. If you fall, you potentially hit a lot of trainers.
I almost just messed it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll let you focus. Always terrifying when that happens, when the repel runs out mid-puzzle.
That was okay.
Alright, yeah, it's not too bad. So yeah, so the...
The pause there was because I needed to scroll down my notes and couldn't find my mouse.
The scary thing with this, compared to, say, like, Sapphire Emerald, you can run in here. So optimally, you're running as much of that as
Yeah, this is
running.
easy in Sapphire Emerald because you can only walk.
Yeah. Now, I've still seen people screw it up, and it's really sad in Sapphire Emerald, but if you're trying to go optimally, you kind of play this a little risky. But it's time for Wallace.
Wallace is pretty easy. I guess you can technically die. Oh, I didn't get confused. You could technically die on Wallace, I guess, but you shouldn't. Normally that love disc will confuse you. And you could actually do a strat where you equip a Person Berry if you have really high special attack. But we didn't, so. And if it doesn't confuse, it's nice because it means you don't have to use Origin Pulse on the Celia. We can just Surf. Origin Pulse is a 110 base power move, but it is 85% accurate. I think those numbers are right. Whereas Surf is 100% accuracy, but it is 90% accurate. We do have to Origin Pulse the Sea King. It's actually not the end of the world if we miss the Origin Pulse on the Sea King, because it will sometimes use Rain Dance, which then makes it a one-shot Origin Pulse on Melodic.
Yeah, both Kyogre and Groudon get like a signature move that is 85% accuracy, but quite a bit stronger than the normal strong moves, so.
And that's Wallace.
Some risk taken on both sides in a couple spots.
As you can see, Kyogre, pretty good Pokemon.
Pretty good, even against water types.
Yeah, like we were everything we fought resisted us, and we still just like wipe the floor with water type moves. That's how good Kyogre is. I actually don't know what Groudon does for this. I feel like it's rough.
It's
maybe
fine.
not because it's still a
You have
Groudon.
Earthquake.
We do have
Earthquake
Earthquake.
destroys everything.
Okay. So now
You just use the Person Berry for the fight, that's it.
Yeah, okay. So now we're going to fly to what looks like where we are, but it's technically not.
Yeah, all the plot stuff done, so it's time to go to Victory Road.
Look at that bird.
Wait, did I say server's 100% accurate, but it's 90% accurate?
Yeah.
Yes.
I meant it's 90 base power, my bad. We're going to teach Waterfall to Latias. Because we need it. Thank you, lot. We would teach it to Marsh Stomp if we could, but we can never teach a move to Marsh Stomp again because it has 4 HMs. And that's still a thing in this game. And now we're going to surf on over to Victory Road. And you can run into those on Kyogre. It sucks. I have not done this move in a while. I hope I don't screw it up.
That is noticeably faster.
Yeah, it's quick.
See, Alpha Sapphire is faster. Look at
Actually,
this
you
time
definitely
gain.
D-pad.
Literally zooming.
Whee! And it's a cute Kyogre model.
Even
Now,
like the tail behind it is massive.
Waterfall in this game is lame. You can't even swag Waterfall.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh my god, you
We're
just
gonna-
teleport. What?
Yeah, you're not.
I didn't,
You
like,
run this
process that.
game.
I don't remember.
Explain this weird boxing thing I'm doing.
So yeah, so we still need Marshtomp for surfing here, and I think strength. Do you use strength?
Yeah, we
I
need
don't remember.
strength. We don't need it for Cinder. 'cause
Oh
we
right,
have a Kyogre.
right. Yeah, it's for
We
strength.
just need it for strength.
But you can't have it alive. If you recall, it actually died all the way back at Liza and Tate, and it's very important you don't accidentally heal it there, because there is an unavoidable double battle. There's actually 2 double battles here, but one of them is avoidable if you just surf around it. But the last one is unavoidable unless Marshtomp is dead. And it's happened to everyone where we forget that Marshtomp like isn't dead for some reason, or we accidentally heal him and we run into that double battle.
So yeah, it's
That
actually
exactly.
every single Pokemon game that has double battles, which is all of them Gen 3 and beyond. As long as you have 2, if you have 1 Pokemon in the party and it's not a like forced story double battle, you can just run past the fight and you ignore it.
Pretty sweet.
Oh, I didn't get
But now we're
confused
at Victory
again.
Road.
Why is this a Kyogre immune to confuse?
Just built different. Mega Mantine.
I love Mega Mantine. There's a very good clip of me failing that ladder for about 10-15 seconds. It's very funny. You can share that one if you want as well, Etchy. It's in the Hall of Fame. Nothing really that interesting about the Victory Road here. There's one trainer at the end that we can do a triple spinner pass on that sucks. But otherwise, it's pretty... Like, Kyogre just wipes the floor with everything.
Yeah, do we talk about Drizzle?
Yeah, Drizzle makes it rain for 5 turns. Rain increases the damage of water-type moves by 50%. Kyogre is also a water-type, so all of its water-type moves are boosted by 50% because of same-type attack bonus. So we just do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's awesome. And if you do Primal Reversion to become Primal Kyogre, then you actually get Mega Rain, which basically can't get erased by your opponent and lasts forever.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
We would use it more, but the animation's really slow.
Yeah.
Did you share the GIF?
I did. I posted it in the
Oh, you did?
chat.
Okay, 1 second.
It's so bad.
Oh my god.
It's so bad.
Okay, hang on, I'll post it in chat.
I think that was one of my sheer cold runs. So maybe I deserved the sheer cold after that, I don't know.
I like how the sped up flailing. It's so good.
I'm a sucker for all those memes where it's just things sped up.
Yeah.
You want to share yours?
Mine's not as funny. Like if you don't,
Yours is not as good, but your reaction's very good.
I'm not gonna see it. You don't have to post this one in chat unless you want to. Well,
But I have a channel that's just people's bad movement in runs.
pretty toxic. I'm not gonna lie.
It's called the Hall of Fame. The first one is me.
I know
Josh
you
is-
know worthy about a lot of these trainers. There's like some endures, some sturdy.
Yeah, you can just lose time to it.
Just endures, yeah.
Wait, is this the one you mentioned during commentary on Saturday, May?
Yes.
I remember you mentioned it. I remember this now. Yep. This is the horrifying spinner. He goes
He's
in all
so bad.
directions. He has a Kingdra, and if you're running Groudon, you are definitely dead to him. I don't know how bad it is with.
It's
Kyogre.
not bad. It's just slow.
Okay.
That's an
That's
exciting.
the
Basically
Elite
run over to
Four.
hit him with
If you want, we have to fight our true rival. This is the last rival fight of the game.
volley number 2.
I'll save. I don't need to, but I will just because I haven't in a while, I guess. I don't know. Wally's theme is a bop. It is a great. It's a 30-second loop, and it's the best 30-second loop you'll hear in your entire life.
Is it even 30 seconds? I feel like that's stretching it. There it is. It's starting. You don't have to deal with Con Guard. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude, this fight's free. Kyogre owns. The end of the, with the exception of Glacia, the end of this game is like fine. Well, Steven can be bad, I guess.
Like Kyogre's moveset is so good.
My PB did live a Steven crit on what the fuck? Sorry. Did live a Steven crit on 1 HP.
It's actually shocking just how much coverage water and ice gives you. Like you're set, and you can deal with everything with water and ice.
We destroy not what's his name Drake so hard that we don't even ice beam the try attack. Interesting. They're all using weird moves today. We don't even ice beam the Flygons, even though they're 4 times weak, so we can just surf them.
Yeah, the fact that you have Ice Beam solves a lot of issues like Groudon has on this fight, because Groudon, obviously ground-type moves can't hit flying-type opponents, so you usually have to use Smackdown if you're going to do that, or just kill things with Smackdown, and then Altarias like to use Cotton Guard, which boosts their defense like crazy. And,
Wait. My mic wasn't so... Oh, I forgot there was a delay. That's embarrassing.
There's a Mega Pokemon, Mega Gallade. Goodbye, Mega Gallade.
Bye, Mega Gallade. There's a strategy where you set up to +1 instead of +2. It saves 1 turn. I don't see it like ever, because like if you get this far in the game, unless you really need the time, you're probably just gonna play it a little bit safer, because you only get to get this far in the game about once a month, if that. So now we're actually at the Elite Four. Hooray!
Yay.
There is a Mega Mewtwo X if you're playing casually.
Very easy to miss. Just the large glowing object to your left.
yeah.
But yeah, May's gonna probably stock up on some healing supplies, do some PC healing.
How many do I have left?
I don't remember.
6? I'm fine.
You want to risk it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen somebody like run out in the middle of the Elite Four before and not be able to complete. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Etchy and I did a race a while ago. A slightly inebriated race. We'll leave it at that.
Slightly.
and actually ran out of healing items, and we spent like 30 minutes trying to get through Steven and failed, just to find a way to beat Steven without healing.
Time.
I'm doing blue orb, I'm fine.
And yeah, normally you the reason you don't want extra Pokemon alive, in most Pokemon games, you don't want extra Pokemon by the time you do Elite Four because of like the Hall of Fame. In this game, it's more so because you don't want to have extra Pokemon die for.
Yeah, it's actually really slow on Brendan.
After the credits, yeah. Right. I almost called this guy Phoebe. What's his name?
Sydney.
Sydney. Why do I know nothing about this game?
Because you don't run it enough. This is the only good speedrun.
No, it's not.
It's not.
This might control you quite a bit. It's the fact they have Ice Beam is nicer than like Groudon for some stuff, I guess. But you can get trolled here.
So because we have a good Kyogre, we can do there's like the flowchart for this is really complicated. I have a simplified version that I do because I'm lazy. And also, I honestly find it easier just to do the simplified version. I only have one X special. Usually he'll fake out you if you're at full health. Sometimes he doesn't. And if you assume the fake out and then you set up there, you probably won't die once you get crit if he doesn't do the fake out. And then you don't have to hit an Origin Pulse later, which is nice.
Yeah, the shift tree is usually what causes issues for Groudon. Kind of pretty annoying Pokemon, and again, Groudon's ground type. But
I got outsped there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And again, Sharpedo outspeeding you, no longer scary. Unlike earlier in the speed.
Don't X item on shift. Okay. I have a bunch of weird notes off of the various ways I've died to this dumb fight. Probably heal. So this next fight's the worst fight in the game for, not the worst fight in the game, but the worst fight of the Elite Four for, Omega Ruby, and is not really an issue in Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a safer strat for this fight, but it's a little bit slower. The optimal strat basically just comes down to,
I never noticed those lanterns light up like that.
Whoa.
I just space out every time during these animations.
We're both learning so much about this video.
I know.
It's crazy.
Well, I've only gotten this far, like, I don't know, 20 times ever in my life, so.
I mean, kind of a lot.
It's probably more than that.
When does the spooky ghost show up here?
I don't remember.
There's a. Oh, there it was. I saw it. I actually like looked for it.
It's in the bottom right before the fade out?
The chair. There's like a. It's only for like a couple frames, but a ghost shows up. I'm not lying. I swear I saw it.
Yeah, I didn't know where to look, so I didn't see it.
I saw it.
The chair quicker. I've never actually seen it before. I just knew it existed. I didn't know if it was like visible for more than like a frame, but it is definitely visible. A couple frames.
So this fight, it's really hard. We press the surf button a bunch, and we go to +1 at some point. You don't have to go to +1 if you don't feel like it, but it's safer if you do.
Sounds like a really tough fight.
It's a hard one, yeah. Every other fight in this can kill you. But one of them is especially bad, and it's Glacia. Glacia, I hate. Glacia might be hated. I hate Glacia.
Please do the normal strat one time. I beg of you.
Fine.
Yes! It's gonna work. You and I both know it's gonna work.
I've just survived 2 turns of setup because I'm not fast enough, just so you know, so. Want to explain that?
Explain Glacia?
Want to explain Glacia?
I can explain Sheer Cold.
Yeah, explain Sheer Cold.
It's the same thing. So, Sheer Cold is a move. It is a one-hit KO move. In this specific instance, it'll be a 34% chance to actually hit. So it's a very inaccurate move here. And if that hits you, you just lose because you just die instantly. It doesn't matter what your HP is, your stats, doesn't matter, you just die. Because that's just the nature of the move. Glacia is not guaranteed ever, or even like likely to go for Sheer Cold, it's just random.
You say that.
But it's pretty common for that to happen, for Korume to get Sheer Colded and lose the run. So
I think
may
it's
have an
because
alternative
in real
strat
life,
as well.
I've succumbed to Sheer Cold all the time because my body doesn't produce heat, and so it's just art imitating life. You just want to see me suffer. In the words, it's a one-hit KO
Show
here.
chat how bad this can get.
They went all out on the special effects budget for this Elite Four.
Yeah, I know. When I go over estimate because I died of Sheer Cold, that's on you.
You are so comfortably underestimate. Relax.
Not if I die. It's like 4 minutes.
No, like, well, it's a lot of minutes.
It's like 2 minutes, probably.
Yeah, you're fine. You can afford one.
I still have 10 minutes of credits, Etchy.
This is the first time Oros is being shown for DQ. You gotta go all
You're
out.
right. You're right. You're right.
Just gonna show them what it's all about.
When I died of Sheer Cold, it'll be the last time it's shown on GTQ too. Because they'll be like, oh, I don't know about this game. This one's rough, huh? So, this wall rain. We need to survive 3 turns. Doesn't always use Sheer Cold unless you're me, and then it always uses Sheer Cold. Turn number 1. There you go.
Did it happen?
Yes!
Oh my god!
That is the 3rd time in a row. This makes this the 3rd run in a row that's gotten to Glacia where I have been Sheer Colded turn 1.
I now understand why you should never go for this ever again.
Yeah,
But I'm glad now people know.
I told you.
People know the joys of Sheer Cold. Again, that was not guaranteed to use it, and 34% to actually hit. Both checks pass there.
Okay, but remember, this run has been all of the stuff that shouldn't be a problem is a problem. So
Well, no,
that's
that's one. That one's a problem. That one's a problem for me.
Well, this fight wasn't supposed to be a problem if you did this strat, but I egged you on, so
Yeah.
I think that works.
it's on brand for this run.
Yeah. It's simple geometry.
Wow, I haven't heard that reference in a long time.
All right. You should blame Etchy. This is Etchy's fault. And now I get to see the full
What?
animation.
Wow, okay.
I wasn't going to do it. Now everyone gets to see cool primordial seal, so it can't even hail.
Feel.
One. Alright, we gotta stall the light screen.
Yeah, this is why,
This is why this is slow.
yeah.
That's turn
but yeah,
3.
the reason why you were killing Lily earlier is, again, hail can happen, but now he can't hail. So all he can do is light screen and other attack, pretty much.
It should run out this turn. Yeah. And now we just press surf. We have successfully outskilled Glacia.
Easy.
This is about 20 seconds slower, but it is roughly 2 hours and 55 minutes to 3 hours faster than reset. And again, I have just been sheer colded every single run that I've gotten this far, pretty much in the past 2 months. So that's why I've started doing this, even if it isn't optimal. Just because getting a run this far is so rare that unless I need the time in order to PB, I can't. I've suffered too much.
No, that's fair. I will say, I think that sheer cold was worth a follow on twitch.tv/Korume. Definitely go check her out if you had any fun here, or like Pokemon speedrunning, or like seeing people get sheer colded and suffer. All valid reasons.
So I'm not gonna say it for Drake. I'll say for Drake. I get.
You put the rapper in this game?
Huh?
You put the rapper in this game?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
October's very own.
Oh, it doesn't have like an owl thing.
I'll say for Drake, just in case. There's no way I die.
Or
but I
predictable
also
core from there.
did just get sheer colded, and now I don't even know anymore. I did hit myself in confusion 7 times in a row earlier. I have horrible marathon luck in this game as a whole, by the way. I did a run for a really, really longathon where I got crit by Norman 4 times in a row.
For that was crazy.
That VOD's dead now, but I swear it happened. Why are we here? Just to suffer. Yeah. This is Drake. Drake's the dragon type leader. We have Ice Beam, so this is a very easy fight. But we're also still a Kyogre, so we are just going to surf these Flygons, even though Ice Beam is 4 times effective, because we don't want to see the text. I didn't unequip the blue orb. So we're really gonna beat Drake.
Let's go. More Mega Man team content.
I don't even think I need to Calm Mind there, but I'm just gonna do it normally.
Yeah, you can just like destroy.
Well, this is Mega Mantine. No, what am I doing? Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. I tried to hit back. But now I have an attack combat stage for my Kyogre.
No, it's good. Now you now that's no longer there, so you're not gonna lose time accidentally picking it anymore.
Yeah. That's sheer cold.
I just like fried your
Really,
brain.
100%. Uber Mantine, yes. Wait, no, it'd be Giga Mantine, right?
Gigantomantine.
I do have a 28 attack IV, so we're gonna do a lot of damage with our Earth when we do Earth Crate Kyogre. I wonder if I could one-shot the Kingdra as Mega Mantine? Or Mega Mantine?
I'm gonna check what physical moves Kyogre can actually learn here. I'm curious.
Yeah, the Kingdra will pretty much always yawn, which is nice because we two-shot it.
Alright, I've got a take for you, May.
Huh?
What if you're
Okay.
Terra Mantike?
Terra Mantike. Okay, I like it. Alright, we're not just gonna steamroll Steve roll.
Oh, you learned Double Edge at level 80. There's your physical move. There you go.
Steven fight usually isn't that bad. You can get crit, which is annoying. It can just be kind of annoying and slow, but it's not that dangerous of a fight. Sydney and Glacia is where most Elite Four runs will die if they're going to die. And by Sydney and Glacia, I mean like 80% Glacia, 20% Sydney.
So yeah, the lead Pokemon here is annoying for both Kyogre and Groudon. It is a Skarmory. This Skarmory has Toxic Spikes, which is normally a really good move, but we don't have any extra Pokemon, and Steam is not going to use it. It also has Toxic. Or I think, is it just normal Spikes? It might just be normal Spikes. But it has Toxic, which is annoying, and because it's Steel Flying, what's the Pokemon? Groudon. Groudon struggles with it a lot. Less so than Kyogre.
Flying
More so
Pokemon
than
in general,
Kyogre.
Groudon has some issues with.
Yeah.
Don't you use Knockdown? Or
Smackdown.
Smackdown? Yeah.
Because then you can just Earthquake it.
How do you feel about the Steven theme? I'm not that into it.
I prefer the original.
Yeah, I think I do too. I don't like the weird siren at the beginning.
Yeah, it's very, It's like you're just chilling, and then all of a sudden, like the jellyfish jam happens right next to you.
So that's up to +3. We'll usually toxic us at least one turn.
The amazing thing that can happen there sometimes is Ice Beam Freeze, and that's why you go for it turn 1 there.
It's also because it's dirty.
Yeah. You have to do an Ice Beam at some point, so you might as well do it so you don't trigger the sturdy text. And
every time I get the Ice Beam Freeze, thanks for the crit. Every time I get the Ice Beam Freeze, it immediately thaws. It's really tragic.
I think I got Ice Beam Freeze on my EP.
So the only two things that we're really worried about now is if we have one turn of Aggron, because Aggron also has Sturdy. So Aggron will get one attack on, and if we crit it, then we have to heal on our Maldo, because if we are low health, Metagross does no Bullet Punch, which is a priority move. I should be okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm fine. I think max damage that Bullet Punch does is 40 with a crit, so... And we level up here anyway, so... Should be good. Now we just surf everything.
And the last Pokemon is Mega Metagross. How do you feel about Mega Metagross?
I don't like it as much as regular Metagross.
I also greatly prefer the regular one.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
It's so symmetrical. In a lot of ways.
Like, I can't be comfortable, right? Like, I feel like that would hurt to be in that position, you know?
Yeah. So that is Pokemon Alpha Sapphire for the Nintendo 3DS. Time is going to be on the fade to black after it's like, congratulations, champion. Which is in like, I don't know, a minute? Ooh, am I going to be underestimate?
Yeah, you'll be underestimated.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
I think I am too, but there is still a little bit of cutscene. But
Yeah,
I'm not exactly
again,
estimate. Can I stall to be exactly estimate, you think?
Mash slower, hurry. Or don't hurry.
No, the rubber in your control stick's acting up again. You gotta fix it.
Oh, frick.
No.
Oh, no. Ah. I hope you enjoyed this, the safest of Pokemon speedruns.
Yeah, it was super safe. You were like
Super
exactly
safe
an
speedrun.
estimate. Look how safe it was.
Exactly.
You're gonna have to mash real slow here.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I don't remember how long this part is.
Oh no, I
not
dropped my
very
mouse.
long.
I can't click the finish button.
The ball has an M for May, that's how you know it's mine. It also
Yeah.
has an M for Mega Mantine.
Oh, that was it.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, not yet?
Not yet?
Okay.
Not yet.
And come on. Time.
That was actually really close.
Underestimate! Woo!
Again, since this round was underestimate, everyone has to go follow twitch.tv/Corvmay. I don't make the rules.
That was a good call, making me die to sheer cold to make us 6 seconds
I
underestimate.
got you. I'm here for the content.
Yeah, thanks.
That's what I do.
Thanks.
Oh my god, you know what's... I had...
Are you okay?
Do you want to know what move Kyogre learns at level 65? Just guess.
Sheer cold.
It's sheer cold, yeah.
Yes. What if
That's
we
what
were
I
the
thought
sheer
you were
colder?
referring to it first when you were talking about sheer cold. I was like, are you going to try to sheer cold some...
No,
some
this isn't Gen
triggers?
1. Where you go for one-hit KO moves.
Because X accuracy.
Yeah.
Yep.
I never knew this. This is amazing.
But yeah, that's Alpha Sapphire. This song's nice and relaxing. There's like a post-game cutscene or a post-game fight that we're not going to do, but it is technically part of any percent timing. So even though this is a 309, which seems close to my PB of 30909, this is about 11 minutes slower than that.
It's still really
Because
good.
these credits are really
Alpha
long,
Sapphire.
and you can't skip them.
320 is not bad at all for marathon.
3 is not bad for the fact that I died twice.
Yeah.
And hit
I mean,
myself.
like dying twice is
7 times.
normal for a marathon run.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's true. That's true.
It was also just a lot of little things that went wrong.
Yeah, that's this game. Here,
Anyway, so-
I'll hold on. I'll give you some stats, some Alpha Sapphire stats quickly. So I've done 433 attempts of this game, right?
Yep.
And 10% of those have finished. 59% have died in the first run, or the first split, which means that I didn't get a runnable kit.
Oh my God.
12.47%, which is about 1/3 of the runs that get to the second split, die in the second split, which is going to be Forest Grunt or just me getting too many encounters. 10% of runs die to Hideki split, which is 36% of the mudkips that make it to Brawly's gym die there. 4% of my runs die to Brenton 2, which is 23% of the runs that make it that far. If you want to know about Sheer Cold, 0.7% of my runs die to Sheer Cold, which is 1/5 of the runs that have made it that far.
That's so
actually
sad.
a lower percent than you'd
that
expect.
Mount Pyre, 1.39%, which is 17% of the runs that make it there. 50% of my runs die before the first split. 5% of my runs die before Hideki. 90% of my runs die before Norman, and 95% of my runs die before Archie 2. Yeah.
Safest
And that's
game.
yeah. There's so many things that can go wrong in this game, but the game is fun when it lets you play it, and so I do recommend running Omega Ruby.
I also
At what point would I
recommend-
have killed this run if it was a PB world record attempt when I hit the optional?
That was 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, I did hit an optional in this run.
Yeah.
But this run would have also probably died. Well, it would have died when I died on Mount Pyre, which is where a lot of runs die, unless you ever, which is where a lot of runs die. If you are interested, if you did watch that whole thing and like my community went, wow, this looks like the run for me, sign me up. We linked it earlier, but I have ported this route to my routing tool so that you can just put in the IVs and then it will adjust the route to only show you what's relevant to make it easier. So in a way, it can be a nice intro run, I guess, because the tool will help you. So if you have any interest in
Very
that,
accessible run, in my opinion.
yeah,
I think
it
it's very
is.
straightforward to just like start and finish a run.
Just don't grind for top time, is what you're saying.
Exactly. It's actually a really fun run until you're grinding for top times, and then it's very frustrating. But you can also join the 3DS Pokemon speedrunning server. And I just want to shout out Etchy for telling me that I should run Oras, but really meaning Omega Ruby, and not telling me that until I got in deep.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. Am I really the one who told you to run this game?
Yeah, you did.
Aura. Interesting.
I was like, I need another game to run. You're like, how about Oras? And now look at me.
Oh, like 12 years ago. Wow.
No, we still have a while before the post-credit battle.
Yeah. It's a solid like
Thank
5
you
years.
for having us once again. Oh. Etchy and I are racing this game in a week. We should talk about that.
Where can we see this?
Midwest Speed Fest is this weekend. Secretly, this is a ploy to advertise for that. Bungie got us in on the ground. It's like double agents. But yeah, Midwest Speed Fest is next weekend. And Etchy and I, Friday night at 7 p.m. Central, I believe, are racing Omega Ruby versus Alpha Sapphire in person. So tune in for that.
So you're saying that we're going to get definitive proof that Alpha Sapphire is faster?
We are going to maybe get that.
Probably. I'm crusty. We'll see. I'll do my best. Also, May invited me to do this is a ploy for me to do worse because I'm spending less time practicing.
Yeah, that was my whole strategy. But yeah, there'll also be 2 other very fun runners on the couch for that, T Pat and the 4th Gen Gamer. So definitely check that out. They're great. Ray's great for having us on the show. And not after the first time being like, I don't know about that one. That was a rough decision. So that's cool.
I'm a big fan of you saying I can't swear in GDQ twice, and then like 10 minutes later swearing.
Listen,
Oh yeah, when it happened, I was laughing so hard.
I tried so hard.
Off mic.
So this is my last time being on GDQ ever. Thanks for watching.
Does anybody else you want to shout out before we wrap things up?
Shout outs to Etchy for commentating on very short notice. Follow at Etchy. Shout outs to everyone in my community for being great, and shout outs to everybody in my community who is trying Alpha Sapphire and now can commiserate with me, and it's not just me. This is weirdly one of the more popular games, Pokemon speedruns right now, because people saw me run this game and were like, yeah, which is a kind of cool thing. So, we did actually make it to the end of the credits if you want me to do the post-game fight.
Let's do it.
We stalled for 10 minutes. This is actually the end of the credits.
Hang on. The beautiful thing about our timer, I can do this.
There you go.
Wait, are you going to add 10 minutes to it?
No, it was still running in the background, so I hit resume.
No, but I'm overestimate.
Easy.
That's so funny. You literally did shoutouts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's because, you know what? That's just because I have a lot of people that I want to shout out, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I just have a lot of feelings, okay? I don't think it was only shout outs. I think we did.
There were some memes in there, yeah.
Yeah, we're multifaceted individuals. So yeah, this is a really high skill battle that you're about to see. So this fight doesn't actually matter. No matter what you do, it is the same.
Also, you don't get any objectively bad Kyogre for this, or for this, don't you?
Oh well, yeah, this Kyogre sucks for this. Your goal right here is to have a bad Kyogre and to get crit. If you lose, you don't lose any money. If you win, you don't gain any money. You don't gain any experience. This fight doesn't matter. So we're going to do this extremely difficult strat. So if Brendan has 5 Pokemon, that's very slow to kill. Why would we do that when instead I can spam Calm Mind until his Twello decides that it is time for Kyogre to be dead. And then Brendan is actually then the greatest trainer in the world. So yeah, you see that did 15 damage. That one was a bit better. This does affect the placings too. That's the dumbest thing about this stupid fight. And there were talks about removing it, but it was voted down, and I don't want to talk about it.
This is just how it's kind of been for since this game
I know which way I would vote if I were.
Time is when it fades to black in 1 second here. Time.
Up 320.
Wow. 320. That's not terrible for a marathon run,
pretty
honestly.
Dang good. There you go.
So that is the only time you'll ever see Brendan 5 in a marathon, probably ever. And it's because I'm that good at stalling, I guess. This is yeah. So my splits splits for Hall of Fame are called good ending, and my splits for this are called bad ending.
That's a good meme. I like it. Anyways, I don't think I'm gonna ask you for any more shoutouts. I think we went through them all.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more shoutouts. Whenever you want to cut us off, I can talk forever if you let me. So
I'm aware.
I can confirm she can talk forever.
Just make sure this is the end for Community Spotlight. We do have some more Flame Fatales bonus content coming up soon. This Wednesday, actually. Never before seen. You can tune in. I forgot what game it is. So you'll just have to tune in and watch at 10 p.m. Eastern. There's another backup runner who didn't make it into the schedule being featured on Never Before Seen. And if you tune in tomorrow, Random Number Generation, hosted by Skybills, is a show about randomizers and randomizer community, randomizer adjacent things like bingo. Starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's going to be Metroid Prime 1 and 2. So make sure you tune in for both of those. Otherwise, you can catch past episodes of all of this. youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to raid someone. So if you want to stick around and throw some positive energy at somebody who's speedrunning, stick around for a few minutes. That's how we're going to be signing off. So otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow for Random Number Generation.